they are victims of the system. A fragment of them may be the beneficiaries, but they are all the victims of the system. So a student there had raised the question in the morning, now how do we take these out of discussion rooms like these, where we are mainly speaking to the already convinced, the already those who have accepted our ideology. How do we go out and build links with the larger people's movements? So I'll stop here. So the first person is Professor Surajit Mazumdar, Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Indian Association of Women's Studies for this invitation to be here today. In this interest of time, I shall get down to the topic of my presentation immediately. My entire kind of career as a teacher has more or less spanned the history of the period which has been talked about, the era of reforms. And when I look at what all one has seen in terms of policy initiatives over this last 25 years, and also what one has actually experienced on the ground, one might be forgiven for asking the question, is there a method in this madness, or is this the method of madness that one has witnessed over this last 2.5 decades? Because it's very hard actually to find any kind of a coherent vision, having driven the process of so-called educational reforms over these last 2.5 decades, even a coherent vision that one can challenge frontally, that this is the coherent vision, this is my problem with it. So I would suggest that perhaps it's better to look at what we have seen in terms of educational policy and educational reforms as reflecting the operation of a variety of different tendencies that have emerged from the trajectory of development we have had over the last 25 years. A variety of tendencies which partly can be eventually reinforcing, partly at times can work in different directions, and different tendencies may be more dominant in certain phases than others. And there's a certain dynamic, therefore, to that particular process where you don't necessarily see exactly the same thing at every stage of that particular process. So what are these kind of tendencies that one could identify which have been influencing the trajectory of Indian higher education in the last 25 years? One, of course, overarching reality which has been operative throughout has been, of course, the tendency towards fiscal compression. That is, this one of the features of the neoliberal era is that governments are not supposed to tax heavily and not supposed to spend heavily, and therefore, throughout this period, in one form or the other, this thing of keeping the public expenditure on higher education within limits has been operative throughout this particular period. But this particular trend or tendency has also confronted the question of the demand for higher education. And I would like to look at the demand for higher education in two different ways. There is a demand for higher education that comes from the trajectory of private capital-led development in the era of globalization that we have seen here today. And that demand for higher education, I might venture to assert, is actually extremely limited. And limiting, not just limited, limiting. And that limitation comes from the fact that you essentially have a trajectory of development which relies on fitting into a subordinate position in a global economic and technological order, in which really what you require from the higher education system is some people who will enable you to be the back office of the world and the outsourcing destination of the world. It is not even a process of industrialization or technological innovation-based kind of growth where certain kinds of requirements have to be met by the higher education system. So it is an extremely limited and limiting demand that comes from this particular trajectory of development. On the other hand, and this is also a services-led growth pattern. On the other hand, you have also an increasing demand for education coming from your population. A reflection of that is what was referred to earlier, the massive expansion in enrollment in institutions of higher education in this country. Actually, the expansion has been extremely rapid in the last 2.5 decades. The enrollment ratio now is close to 24% of the 18 to 23 age group are studying in institutions of higher education. This expansion has, of course, meant also a widening of the social base of students who come into institutions of higher education. 46% of these students are women. So there's a great expansion of women students that has taken place in this particular period. Though scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, minorities representation is below their proportion in the population, nevertheless, it is not close to zero. It is still a fairly significant section of students come from these communities who are now in institutions of higher education. Of course, given the condition where the state was not willing to expand expenditure, the bulk of this expansion has taken place in the private sector of Indian higher education. And bulk of its expansion has taken place in what you might call perhaps very poor quality higher education, because if you have to have this expansion and rely on fees as the means on the basis of which you're going to run these institutions, then naturally, actually you have a very thin resource base. Whether you're talking about public or private higher education, it's a very thin resource base on which this education is supposedly provided. So you have this massive expansion that has taken place, largely through private. So more than 60% of the students now are studying in institutions of but there's also a privatization which is beyond that. It's not just a privatization of the institutions. There's also privatization in public institutions, that the proportion of expenditure that comes from the state and the proportion that people have to pay themselves, there has been a change. And I think it's hard to describe it in any, to find a specific way of capturing how this has happened, but you might say there has also been an high degree of privatization in the content of higher education that has happened over this period. So you have, therefore, it's difficult to describe the totality of this process as a process of democratization of Indian higher education, where you have on the one side this increasing privatization, on the other side an expanding base, but there is a tension or contradiction between these two trends that we are seeing. In addition, one has also seen that the ideological discourse surrounding education, the language in which education is talked about, particularly in policy-making circles, there is a clear shift that has taken place there also. Not that earlier rulers necessarily did what they talked about, but there was a certain language in which education was talked about, higher education was talked about, it being a means of self-reliance, it being the means of social transformation. From that, you have a shift to meeting global standards, becoming a knowledge superpower, the idea of educational institutions or universities being enterprises which have to be managed, which is just a euphemism for or rationalizing increasing authoritarian structures of governance of institutions. So you have this particular shift also taking place, which also influences the way in which actual policy making takes place. So I would like to see this particular process as one in which you have these two trends simultaneously taking place, one of which, the privatization of higher education in this country, being an essentially conservative force in that particular process, reinforcing all the structures of inequality that exist in our society. On the other hand, you have this expansion taking place of the number of students and a widening of the social base of students who come to institutions of higher education, and the tensions and contradictions that these give rise to express themselves in different ways, including in the unrest that one has seen in various institutions of higher education. Though perhaps till date, much of the unrest is concentrated in the public component of it and may not have expressed itself in the private component to a similar extent. These contradictions, of course, give rise to other kinds of contradictions which have to be, which are being confronted on a day-to-day basis. The question of language. What is the language in which, on the one side, there is a aspiration for English language education as the road to success. On the other side is the barrier that language itself places before many people. So there is the language question. There is the problem of regulation versus deregulation. You deregulate to allow private to grow, and then you have to regulate that private. So there are different ways in which this contradiction is actually expressing itself. But given this expansion and this transformation that has taken place in Indian higher education, perhaps in the larger agenda for transformation of Indian society, the development of the struggles around these, the contradictions that this particular process has given rise to, may have assumed perhaps a greater importance than one has actually been able to fully comprehend till date. Thank you.
Thank you very much for strictly adhering to the time. He talked about the whole process, the whole history now of the last 25 years, lacking a coherent vision that one can even identify and challenge. But can we say that there is a coherent vision? Isn't there an ideology, a unifying ideology that is now opposed to all that we are talking about? A democratization, a liberating education, a socially conscious education, an education that really brings about equality and releases this traditional society from its many bondages. There is a coherent vision, I think. And it is, only thing is that coherent vision is expressed in so many deceptive ways, bringing in contradictions that you talk about. Maybe it's a hydra-headed monster. Identifying it and challenging them are becoming problematic. No doubt about that. And also, I think we should also take into account, you said very correctly, that our private education is a very conservative education. Now, in addition to that, you take the higher educational institutions, the private higher educational institutions in India, compare it with private universities, higher educational institutions in other countries, you'll find a lot of difference. As you yourself said, almost the entire cost of running these institutions in India, they are raised through student fees alone, nothing else. Now, if you take the private universities in Western countries, leave alone some of the European countries, even in US, most of the funds, resources needed for running these private institutions, they are not realized through student fees. So they are not getting funded by the state, no doubt, but they are realized through many other ways of raising resources. So that is why it is possible for students who are not very affluent to get into these institutions, and they have huge number of scholarships. So I think we need to go into these differences between the privatization in India and the privatization in other countries. The next speaker is Jerome Samraj, School of Management, Pondicherry University.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I thank Professor Chirashri and Malini, and I also thank the chair for this opportunity. So, I have been teaching in Pondicherry University since 2011, and whatever I am presenting today is an outcome of that experience. So immediately after, so I'll be talking about connecting basically what previous speaker, many of the previous speakers have touched upon, like Professor Satish Deshpande and other speakers in the previous session have touched upon. So here what I see was in 2012 there was two students who committed suicide in Anna University. One was Manivannan, a boy who was a bonded labor in a Brooklyn, who was recovered by a collector of Dharmaburi district, and he was educated by that collector, and he scored some 98% in his +2, and he got into Anna University. Anna University is one of the top universities. It's the only top university in Tamil Nadu in terms of technical education. So getting into Anna University is not an easy task. And one other student in the same year called Dhairya Lakshmi, who also committed suicide, and she had also scored around 97% in +2, and after joining Anna University in the second year she committed suicide. So I was wondering, and that's the time when I joined Pondicherry University. So I was wondering how come these brilliant students who have been capable of scoring 97 and 98% in +2 have been reduced to ashes in a span of 2 years, 3 years. How does the system do that? So this is a question which struck me initially, and when I look at my own classroom, the classroom then had a crowd of around 60 students in MA, and in the junior, we have also this integrated course where we have +2 pass-outs coming directly for our master's integrated. So initially in 2011, the fees was very low. It was around 4,000 per semester. So we had a classroom where there were third generation graduates, second generation graduate, and first generation graduates. And if you see, there were students, my own students who were masons or loadmen in lorry, who worked as masons, and they worked in, they did all sorts of part-time work. Even girl students work as sales girls in most of the department stores in Pondicherry. So they came from very poor background, and they could sustain in education because the fees was around 4,000 rupees. Then we had a VC who had a very expansionary plan, and all of a sudden he made the fees 16,800 rupees. And the very next year, all the students who were daily wages, who were part of the education system, disappeared from the system. And after that, when I started interacting with the students, when I give tests, I came across one or two students from the, not one or two, few students from the vernacular medium, writing their answer script in Tamil language, but with English alphabets, like as we type in mobile phone, where you type, you use English alphabets to write your Hindi or Telugu or Tamil. So I found a few students writing in answer sheets, their MSc or MA course answer sheets with kind of Tamil written in English alphabet. So I was wondering, how come these students have completed their +2 in English medium or vernacular medium, and they have passed their +2. How come they are in a position that they cannot use a language in a proper way? So what has the system done to them is a question which struck me initially. Then when you see the classroom composition, you get students like who cannot speak English, who cannot understand English, and you get students from affluent, very posh English medium schools. We are very versatile in English. So these students are put together in a system where they are taught in English and where they have to write examination in English. And so when you see this, what happens here is they are given an English course for 2 semesters in case of undergraduation. 4 semesters they are learning English, where all the students who came from 12 years of English medium education and the students who come from 12 years of vernacular medium education are given the same English. So the classroom process, what I feel is a process of constant inferiorization or superiorization based on where you come from. And you have vernacular medium schools, government schools, you have English medium government schools, you have private matriculation schools, you have CBSE school, and you have ICSE school, and all of us know where our child can go, where a laborer's child can go. It is not an egalitarian system as such. So the government, by having this different schooling system, is producing inequality, and it is producing students with very unequal capability. And when they come into higher education, they are put into a process of everyday inferiorization within the classroom. And so what happens here is when the most universities do not provide English as a supportive course for English, bridging course for English, and sometimes they provide extra coaching classes, which I feel is a further inferiorization, because they would have to spend more time in classroom than what others would spend. So, when you interact with the students, you have students who come with a very clear perspective of what this course is going to be for them, and where are they going after this course. And whereas when you ask the students from the vernacular medium and first generation graduates who do not have parents who can guide them, they have no aspirations. They are completely blank. And what happens here is, we produce graduates, 4 or 5 or the elites can go to the best of corporate employment or best of universities, and you have a large chunk of local students who, at the end of 5 years, they are no more than a casual labor. Like a casual labor who is ready to do whatever work that the master says, that the employer says. You are having a set of students who have nothing more than a cardboard sheet called a degree, and who do not have any skills. So how does this happen? I know 17 years of education has not produced a significant change in the life of a student. And so what has this education system done to them is the question. So, and on the other side, what happens is, in the classroom, students who are struggling with English, and students who are comfortable with English are sitting in the same classroom, and their comfort with the teacher is determined by that. And if you see where the students sit, where they select their places, who is presenting himself or herself in front of the teacher, or who is hiding behind, is determined by the background. And this determines their classroom interaction. And whenever there are doubts for the students, and we have teachers, all the teachers are brought by the same system, and we all agree in a way with something called as performance-based discrimination, where the toppers are treated with utmost importance, where the poor students, weak students are treated with utmost negligence. And the doubts raised by the toppers, the bright students, the fluent English-speaking students are addressed with utmost care and sincerity, and whereas the students from the vernacular medium are not even treated important. And whenever they raise question, what were you doing when I was teaching this, will be the reply. And in a way, what happens here is, so even though the student may know the answer, they cannot put it in the answer sheet. But even if they have put it, they will write it in a broken language, broken English. And as a teacher, as we find it very easy when it is fluent to correct. And when the answer script is flowing and it is very fluent, the marks also flow. And when you suddenly come across a paper which is struggling, which is very broken, no grammatical errors and sentence making and everything is in a mess, we become stingy. And so what happens is, our bias of with regard to English and the student's difficulty with the language translates into the mark sheet, where he is becoming a second grade or just pass student, and it is there in the mark sheet. And more, in our university we don't have revaluation system. We feel that whatever the teacher does is exactly, it's judgment. The teacher can never commit any error. So the students are not given this choice of revaluation. So what you see here is, students are put in a level of intimidation where they cannot question the teacher, and whenever they raise a question, they have the risk of having low marks in the internals, right? And so this is the atmosphere at the higher education classroom. So what you see here is the students are subjected to everyday inferiorization and everyday discrimination. So what I see here is, how does the state goes with the recruitment? How does the university recruit? The university wants me to have a PhD degree in some course or the other, or else it wants a UGC net certificate, that's all. Right, I come from a very different background. I have my caste background, I have my rural urban background, I have my religious background, right? And the university is going to cater students from all across the society, right? How is the university going to ensure that I treat each and every student objectively? Where is the system to ensure that the teacher is not biased? So this is one serious question which because we have even social science teachers are very insensitive to inequality and what inequality can produce, and they don't see students lagging behind is an outcome of an inequality. And say for example, in our university now they have made ID card as an entry. So no public can come into the campus, and people only with identity card or people who know faculty members or anyone in the university can come into the campus. Now, what does it mean to a layman, a casual laborer, or a loadman, or a worker, or a mason? Right? What this kind of a rule means to them? Whether he can dream of putting his son or a daughter in such an institution? Well, what does it say about access to higher education to the common people? Is a question which keep on coming to my mind. So, with these observations, my concluding point is that the system doesn't ensure that we are out of our socialization biases. And unless we do that, we are never going to make life pleasant and egalitarian for the students. And so, if at all we talk about reform, we should talk about how are we going to make the individuals who are in higher education more ethical and more egalitarian in their approach, accounting the social inequalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jerome. He really raised very poignant questions that we need to address and we run away from very often. What he called the everyday inferiorization and superiorization of the campus community. Now, this is something I'm sure every teacher, particularly in public institutions, where children from the most deprived backgrounds come in, I'm sure every teacher comes across this. And I'm happy he brought this into our discourse, that a large number of students, both boys and girls, they go for part-time, very small wage-paying jobs every day. Now you can see this, I see this in every state institution, every public college here, Presidency College, which was a very renowned institution. Now, more than 75% of the students today, it's a public institution, so there's very no fees or very little fees. So children only from the poorest background come there, and the college working hours end at 1 o'clock. So most of the students go for part-time jobs after that, and they cannot survive otherwise. Now this is a phenomenon you see in all public institutions today. Now, so this is, how do we encounter this? And he brought our attention also to this issue of language. Now, English today, in most of the educational institutions, in most of the campuses, and also in homes, English is a dream and a despair. It's an absolute despair for the largest proportion of our people. And we have been talking about the expanding social base. So the children who come into our institutions from this expanding social base come in without the facility to speak in English fluently. And that determines their place very often in the campus. So that completely incapacitates them in many ways. So how do we encounter this? Is it a colonial curse? Is English still a colonial curse that we need to carry? Isn't there some way that our own languages, our own Indian languages, our mother tongue, it can be given a place of respect and equality within the campus? Without doing that, are we really justified in talking about equalizing opportunities and equalizing the space in the campus? I think this is an issue. I'm very thankful that you brought these issues into our discussion today, and how the teachers also get conditioned by this whole atmosphere of a daily inferiorization. Thank you. Next speaker, Professor Tapati Mukhopadhyay, University of Bombay, President, Maharashtra Federation of University and College Teachers Organization.
Respected Presidium, with the chairperson, the most esteemed one of the women in the country, and my honorable delegates, including the student friends. I'm here since morning and hearing the deliberation of many experts and activists. I want to share my own experience, observation, and understanding about the reform in higher education, its impact, and what shall we do. It is the time has come when our emphasis should go on about our action plan, taking the reform, its impact, and in the whole domain of higher education in special, or education in general, we have to have an active action plan. Otherwise, our talk will not bring the result what we desire to. Taking the higher education as a component in our country, after independence since 1951, the influx, what we call the influx of higher education, taking the women as a component, I have witnessed during our post-partition in Calcutta, when the girls were started going to school, followed by the college. It happened in the peripheral area of Calcutta, where a number of schools has been established by the uprooted people in the refugee residential area. And those are the schools which were subsidized by the government. And the mother were allowing the daughters to go to school, because at the end of the year, she will go and stand in the queue to collect 60 rupees yearly stipend for her daughter. But that opened the arena, and the girls also come out of their all this the whole phenomena that they cannot do it. The self-confidence of their increased, and the school final examination results were coming out. Many colleges started in different parts of India, mainly the partition victim area, only for the girls. Only for the girls' college were started, where girls were taking admission. The first lot of graduates in 1952-53, and followed by it goes on. Now, after that, the whole phenomena has been reviewed by the government, headed by Jawaharlal Nehru, who had some vision about the expansion of education, all inclusive. And 1967-65 onwards, that review started, and that review has brought two important commissions in our country, and that two commissions till today led the spirit of higher education. One is Radhakrishnan Commission, followed by Kothari Commission. Now both these commissions has reviewed the situation and set the guideline for the structure of higher education. Now from that onwards, 70 onwards, the institutional structure came. Today, why we are discussing, everybody has discussed this way or that way. The UGC, the AICT afterwards, and then historical research, Indian Council of Social Science Research, medical research. These are the governing body to give the guideline for the national system of education in our country. And in our country, the public funded educational institution, whether it is engineering or it is medicine or it is general education, 3 universities, one we are standing here, Madras, another is in Calcutta, and third is in Bombay. 1857 has created a havoc even in the colonial world and post-colonial world. Till today, the Indian student passed from the public funded institution, IIT, IIM, medical institutions, are catering to the market of international. And if you visit, I mean many of you visit that eastern coast or western coast of USA, during the lunch time, either it is Indian or it is Chinese. It is before the opening of education. Education policy has been opened now, but before that only their capability is appreciated because of the strong teaching community in our country. Today, that teaching community structure is broken. There today, out of the 100, only 40% teachers are occupying the post. 60 is the post are vacant and contractual appointment. Contractual teacher cannot give service to the regular teachers. All the administrators, they know it. Now 75 onwards, then 80. 80 is the Rajiv Gandhi's regime. But 75, there was some many things happened, 72, 73. Education policy is not an isolated phenomena in any nation. It is a part of the political phenomena. Economic and political decisions guide this particular thing. And many of the administrator knows the education is the key of the Reserve Bank. If you have to lead the nation, you have to keep the younger generation in your hand. So in 1968, when new national policy of education was published, few emphasis was given. A new structure, 10 plus 2 plus 3. When I was a student, I have not studied 10 plus 2, 10 plus 1. And that was a uniform structure of 10 plus 2 plus 3. Mathematics and science. And then language. Many people has referred to the language. The language has been kept in a very big box. 3 language policy in all over the nation. Different state has taken vernacular English and Hindi. This 3 language formula brought the national integrity, and we followed that from 1968 onward, 75 and 80. 80 onwards crisis started. What we're talking about the review, economic reform. Reform phenomena began in 80 onwards. In 1985, the education policy amended, and the self-financing and autonomous institute concept came during Rajiv Gandhi's regime. 90, the mess. Indian economy fallen into the mess. It started with the oil crisis, gone into the international IMF loan, small, followed by the bigger loan, and the moment they have gone in the bigger loan, they have to accept the reform. Reform is not nothing that it has come out of their own mind. It is imposed because they have taken the loan, and if you have taken the loan, you have to withdraw the subsidy gradually, and subsidy is gradually withdrawn. How? Government does not know how they are going to change the structure. They have to change it. 6, 7 commissions they have established. Pune Commission, World Bank report, Ambani Birla report, then Knowledge Commission, and finally they were failed everywhere in Parliament because Parliament had an opposition in our country, and they have understood government rule that withdraw the subsidy is the government policy. Subsidy from education, subsidy from health, subsidy from public transport, subsidy from electricity is the target point of the government because the reform has already entered into the process, and government of India is very liberal to open the education. 12 plan, it is Manmohan Singh, who was the chairman of UGC, told we need a strategic shift, and he has done that strategic shift, and through this they have brought a new policy, Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhijan RUSA. They told no subsidy, UGC will not give the grant. Grant will come from the state institution to the university, to the state, to the nation. Now there will not be any state and center relation. It will be institution and UGC. It is a new structure. And it will have to have several preconditions to fulfill to get the grant. All of you know, all of these people know how much grant UGC was giving for research. And now a single research project is not being sanctioned by UGC because money has been transferred from UGC to RUSA. This is the fate of higher education in our country. Madam, now we have landed. Two more minutes. Yeah. Now we have come to this 2016 new education policy. New education policy is the manifestation of the reform. And manifestation of all these phenomena, they have to do it. And in the midst of this, we have already lost many of the things. Our structure is at this moment shaken in different state level as well as in the central level. Technical education by any claim can be stated had gone into the private hand. Who are these private people? In Maharashtra, they are the biggest politicians. They are known as the educational shark in Maharashtra. Other states, everybody knows from their own state example. There is no comparison with the government-funded institution and the private institution. Medical education also has gone. In the midst of all these things where we have reached, let me conclude by telling that we started with access, equity, and quality. We thought our GER will go. GER was gross enrollment ratio was at one point of time 1.5. And between this GER, there is a tremendous discrimination between the men and women. Women, we keep it one category, but actually women are not in one category. Women in general, what is the literacy rate? 64% for women, which is much lower than the men. But if you take the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, if you take the urban and the rural, if you take the minority Muslim community and the upper bigger community, you will see that those are the people they are falling behind. And as a result of that particular phenomena, women at the present situation with the reform economy is one of the most deprived group. Out of that, the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe women and the rural women are suffering from the choking point where they are not able to come out. Now today, the girls' enrollment for the whole phenomena is only 19.8%. But if you go to scheduled caste SC, it is 14%. It is scheduled tribe 9.7%. Now my suggestion, my time is over now, my suggestion to this big body that all of us assemble from the different parts of the nation to tell our experience and share the views, but we have to have an understanding with all this activism and the university bodies, a body which can understand the situation with different sample study. Women development at the university bodies, they have got their resources in the state level. You take the sample study of Tamil Nadu, I will take it from Maharashtra and Bombay, the tribal area, and we will find out the precarious situation of the gender, the weaker gender in this particular phenomena. We will take hundreds faculty, I will show you the enrollment. In a nation, there are some faculty where 10 women are not enrolled. What about the future of this country? Thus, if we really are fully committed for the cause of the emancipation of the women, that they have to go ahead. It is the sunlight which will come not from the broken column, but from directly on the face of the girl, and who can say, Sarkar mujhe padhne deo, desh ko aage badhne deo. The boys of the students, they come and to protect their science and math. Who will protect? Who will tell them that your science education is not required? You go for the vocational from 8th standard only. All these are going as a policy, and that policy has to be prevented by combining the activism and academic activity. I wish we shall meet again.
Thank you very much. So she traced the history of changes and reforms, and very rightly regretted the withdrawal of the state affecting the public funded institutions in many ways. She said 60% of teaching posts remain vacant. So apart from the state refusing to set up any new institutions, existing institutions are allowed to wither away almost. And she also mentioned, and all of us are very conscious of this, that research funding in public universities, in government colleges, this research funding has been dwindling very badly. And even after sanctioning the research grants, they are just kept in the pipeline and never released. We know that Rohit Vemula's case, one of the reasons that drove him to his despair was that he had not been paid his research grant for almost 2 years. Okay, next. Next is Professor Arun Kumar of Magad University. And he is also General Secretary of All India Federation of University and College Teachers Organization.
Respected Chair, our friends on the desk, off the desk, ladies and gentlemen. I am very thankful to the organizer of this IAWS who has invited me to put our views in this seminar. It is very serious to note that even Indian Association of Women's Education has also very much concerned for the issues of education and especially the issues of higher education. And this is a very good signal for our democratic country in India that education, the future of education is very, very bright in democratic India. We are talking about difficulties and concern and all the negative things, but you should note that why this education is today in the center stage of the country, because from last 2 years it is being severely attacked by the central government, by the policy makers of the central government. And that's why this time we are meeting here. In every part of India, we are making protest of these policy makers. We want to put some points before you, which is concerning the educationists, the peoples who are really concerned with the education of the Indian democratic system. The issue of new education policy has come after TSR Sovereign Committee, and you know well that after massive protest by students, teachers and all the other sections of the society, now the government is rethinking to abandon this report, and they are planning to constitute a new committee for education policy. It is true that in new education policy in which they are saying that educationists will come, but who will come? Not Sad Gopal and Har Gopal will come as committee. They will come from RSS background, from Hindu fundamentalist background. So we should be very conscious in future also that what type of committee they are going to form and what type of policy they are going to create in this country. Friends, I am I am an example of deprived background in education because we are talking here in English, in colonial language. I am from Hindi background, so but we are protesting the new liberal frame in English language. So this is also a type of deprivation. So I want to mention this especially. But the very good signal that women's organization and the girls students are coming in the favor of democratic and secular education policy in India. We are the General Secretary of All India Federation, so we are moving from Kerala to Kashmir and different places in India. And we are seeing that government is not succeeding in creating a new education policy of their own ideology due to this protest only. I want to mention some crucial issues of higher education so that you can think over it, that in future how can we save our education and higher education system in India. The crucial issue, the first issue is the autonomy of university, autonomy of the education system. Autonomy is the most important, crucial issue this time in India, and always it is the important, crucial issue for higher education. You know that the university-society linkage is crucial, but it is weakening day by day. From many years, the linkage of the education and society is not clear. Education has own direction and society has other direction. So there should be a need of linkage of education with our society. And this linkage is only possible if autonomy is the hallmark of university system in all spheres of activities, including the teaching and research. Autonomy is must in democracy, necessary for cognitive environment. The issues of autonomy and accountability is not separable in democracy. Is not separable in democracy, and only autonomous academics and academic institutions can provide such long-term accountability for society. So we have to save the autonomy of our universities, of our higher education system. Other important issue is content. What content is coming, what curriculum is coming our educational system, and content is most crucial in the sense that people's thinking is determines the nature of society we create. It is through content that university cater to the society's need to generating socially relevant knowledge. Content needs to deal with its specific challenges and constraints which are different from what the West faces, and therefore we cannot borrow from blindly from West our contents. Medium of instruction is also a very crucial issue, and myself is also an important example for this language problem. The medium of instruction should be help rather than hamper the learning preference for the mother tongue, and free language formula is essential. New university education system must be in Indian language. This is my thinking. Must be in Indian language. Other crucial issue is expansion and access. Despite a steady rise in GR, the problem of access has remained. Privatization of higher education has been contributing to the expansion that has led to the accumulation of various types of disparities like gender disparities, social disparities, and regional disparities, and language disparities, all the things. Affirmative actions are imperatives to take into account multidimensional deprivations of the students hailing from different sections of the society. It is necessary to make the imperative reforms. Examination system is also a crucial issue. Our friends have mentioned the examination system. Examination system has encouraged rote learning process in mushrooming in the coaching centers also. And role of technology, we think that technology can replace the teachers, but technology can never replace the teachers. The formal classes are important for our historical background and cultural background, and so technology, role of technology is very limited in higher education. Its role, no doubt, but it has some limitations, and so the degrees awarded by the open system are not at par with the formal system. Weak students find difficult to learn on their own and need teachers to guide them in absence of regular contact with the teachers, and they simply learn by rote and use examination as passport of a job. But the learning process suffers setback, and this results in lack of skills and employability also. Okay, just. So this is the time when we are facing the severe attack on expression of dissent, freedom of expression, and all these things. I am mentioning the sayings, the issues raised by Sir Gopal and Har Gopal, that we are facing now the Hinduism, fundamentalism in education due to capitalism, and the rampant privatization, commercialization of the education is the big issue, and we should come together and we should fight for it together. JNU and Hyderabad Central University is the best example for it. Teachers and students' unity and the different sections of the society, if united against it, then we can form a new education policy which is for us and which is for the mass of the Indian people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. He emphasized the need for autonomy and accountability, saying that autonomy is the very essence of an university system, and that is being eroded in many ways, including through the onslaught of Hindu fundamentalism. And he also talked about the multidimensional nature of deprivation, which must be a concern and must be studied and addressed in every campus. Thank you. Next is Professor Dhananjay Rai, Center for Gandhian Thought and Peace Studies, Central University of Gujarat.
I'm thankful to Indian Association of Women Studies and Chirashi and Nali for this invitation. I'll take 8 to 9 minutes. And basically this is an attempt to understand basically before try to understand what is happening in terms of reform. Let me try to explain two important phenomena which is taking place right away, particularly from Gujarat to other parts of India, and that is these two developments are one is from Ambani. We are actually entering into from Ambani model into Adani model, and what is from Ambani model to Adani model is this, that Ambani model was contested model in Indian democracy, and Adani model is very consensus model in Indian democracy. So each capital is celebrating Adani model in terms of vibrancy and vibrant capital, or from Gandhinagar to Calcutta. And there is a second shift in Indian education, that is education bodies are becoming like BCCI, rentier class come capitalist class. So academic bodies, particularly UGC to various other bodies, are now becoming important part of rentier class and capitalist class in two sense, that they are talking about excellence, but this excellence is coming at by rentier class and capitalist class. For example, if you read two important essays by Professor Satish Deshpande and Professor Anil Sodgopal in EPW on new education policy, there was another article by Subramaniam who wrote new education policy, and he was suggesting that we don't need to have educational experts. So complete disdain by Subramaniam against educational expert is very explicit and demand of new liberal capitalist model. What I am trying to understand briefly is this, that we have so far not explored explicitly relationship between privatization and knowledge, and which is missing link. We have explained privatization, why privatization is taking place in different forms, but privatization and knowledge has not explained in Indian academia, by Indian academia or Indian academics. I had earlier planned to do this while studying 5 bills or 5 policy papers, but I'm not going to do that. We will have separate discussion for that, but I'll try to focus more on new liberal knowledge. How new liberal knowledge is advancement in capitalism, which is not that knowledge which we used to think in capitalist model or late capitalism. And I draw my references from Central University Bill 2013, that is also known as Pathan Committee Report, Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan, RUSA, Gujarat State Higher Education Council Bill 2016, National Education Policy 2016, particularly draft, and there is a UGC MPhil PhD admission regulation, which is very crucial. And now new edition is there. The list of journals published by UGC, and you have to publish in certain journals to get your API and promotion. And I tell you that you don't find any journal published in other than English language. So UGC list is very comprehensive, in exclusion of various other language where you thought about epistemic reproduction of production of knowledge. Briefly, that we are seeing how knowledge was important in capitalism, and I'll say that the 3 important factors when we talk about knowledge in capitalism or late capitalism. It had 3 important values: exchange values, commodity, and universality. I'll be focusing more on universality. So exchange value was very important. Commodity was important vis-a-vis knowledge and universality. So knowledge had an universal appeal. Universality needs some explanation from Adam Smith to Habermas. Adam Smith would say that self-interest is interest of all by way of dexterity. So skill is important for your self-interest and for interest of all. The self-interest was not posed against the interest of all in classical Adam Smith model in form of dexterity. But, and Habermas also says that when we had bourgeois liberal public sphere, it was fighting for the cause of all. But there is a something crucial developments taking place, and there is what are two important components of and I'm suggesting that knowledge in new liberal economy or new liberal knowledge is essentially different from knowledge in capitalism. How come? It has two important features, and these two features are centralization of publicness and privatization of knowledge. Why centralization of publicness is taking place? Because kind of invention of self by new liberal model. The new self is taking place in new liberal regime, which doesn't bother about even bourgeois values. So there is a self which doesn't bother about bourgeoisie's values like secularism, human rights, citizenship right, constitutional morality. So new liberal order has created a kind of self which even doesn't bother about bourgeoisie's values. So in absence of not bothering about bourgeoisie's values, the structure has become very centralized. And this structure has percolated down in educational institution in terms of becoming more centralization and centralization of publicness. So you have a fundamentalism and there is a self, and the self is, I'll come to later on what is the self, what is the privatization of self. But you don't feel surprised that you have a fundamentalism and you have a knowledge economy. So both are going together because there is a centralization of a publicness where people, new liberal order informs that withdraw from public affairs. Publicness is not good thing, but you can withdraw from the structure. Structure will not withdraw from you. So there is a centralization of publicness. And new liberalism as an advancement of capitalism, it advances self. And there is a dissociation from social discourse. When I am coming to this, I'll be focusing on what is new liberal knowledge. So one component is centralization of publicness. This is coming to the university system because creation of new liberal self. And new liberal self has disassociated from social courses. But when we are coming to privatization of knowledge, it has four important values which we are seeing in Indian education system. And if we read carefully, 2013 to from 2013 to 2016 is watershed years for Indian education system. For example, why I am suggesting this that earlier, if you read carefully, there is a document called Ambani report. And Ambani report first time omits the word called democracy. You don't find, you read Kothari Commission, Radhakrishnan Commission, Kanti Vishwas Committee and various committees. At least you have something called democracy as a word. So democracy has been omitted in Ambani report, and there is a term called autonomy, and the autonomy term is used for ITIs. ITIs should be given autonomy. The utility of ITIs or utility of autonomy has been reduced to ITIs. But I'll come to the four important components which can be seen in various policy making documents and papers. And first is what new liberal knowledge or new liberal knowledge in advanced capitalism has done to knowledge. First is knowledge is is applied. Knowledge, so we have applied courses in various universities. And these applied courses are specialization. So new liberal knowledge has focuses on something called specialization in form of applied knowledge. Don't read economics, read commerce. Don't read political studies, read public policies. Don't read physical sciences, read nanosciences. These are important. Second important is functionality, and we have several from allied to applied. So the functionality of knowledge has become very important. So you have various courses which are only focusing on functionality aspects in current new liberal knowledge. Third is very important. Knowledge is short term. And if you read entire documents of New Education Policy 2016 and draft, knowledge is short term. So what is knowledge is short term entails to? It entails to that skill development. Skill development, and there is a shift in new liberal knowledge from knowledge to skill. And skill becomes very important, and knowledge is short term. When we try to understand knowledge, when we try to understand knowledge per se and skill per se, knowledge has social values. So earlier capitalism was talking about knowledge in terms of universality. It had social. Even Marx says that capital is a social relation. But now skill has no social relation. Skill is a very individualized thing, which has very limited purpose. And fourth is, which needs serious debate at different level, that is arrival of simulation knowledge. Simulation knowledge is through online courses. So we have moved from distance courses to online courses. For example, you have something called UGC has come up with a brilliant idea, something called MOOCs, massive online courses, open courses. But I'll tell you a history about MOOCs. MOOCs was a very new liberal experiment in 60s and 70s, and in many universities, particularly in Stanford and other universities, they have rejected very idea of MOOCs, because MOOCs has been promoted by various multinational companies, and state universities have refused to become part of MOOCs. Now in India we have something called MOOCs, online courses, short-term courses, and what damage has been done is done through, in higher education, through centralization of publicness and privatization of knowledge. Centralization of publicness was further enforced by something called CBCS. And there is something, I come from political theory. You go to UGC website, there is a BA Honours Political Science paper for entire country. You can have 20% variation, but 80% you have to retain as it is. Entire country, you are reading one course of political science without taking cognizance of regional variations. So new liberal knowledge has, I'm saying that if we have to fight centralization tendencies, and we have to fight privatization of knowledge. Thank you.
He drew our attention to certain epistemological dimensions, particularly, and also about the history of capitalism and how the bourgeois definition of knowledge changed over the years, and also drawing attention to a difference between Ambani model and Adani model. And and he said this publicness of centralization of public institutions and public education, publicness, and that is causing problems in the public institutions, while this narrow definition, a narrowly defined skill development, this is denying the broader definition, the broader implications of knowledge. So during the early phase of capitalism, when it was in a more robust phase, now that has led to a declining phase of capitalism, where even what little good was there in the early phases, that has disappeared, and that is what we are now seeing playing out in India. Thank you. No, I think you're the last, right? Yeah. So we have the last speaker, Mr. Umar Khalid, research scholar and activist, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and we all know his the leading role that he played in the historic struggle of JNU, which now is becoming a model for struggle of not only the campus community, the struggle for a more democratic, a more liberal, and a more nation-making education model. So we are very happy and we really welcome him to our panel. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the kind words, but I would humbly want to state that the fight has been a collective one, and I have played a very, very, very small role in the entire fight. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the program, the Indian Association for Women's Studies, for having given me this opportunity to come here and speak before you. I'll be brief. There is a time constraint, and there is also the afternoon session when everyone likes to have a small nap, so I'll be very brief. Professor Surajit Mazumdar, while opening his presentation, spoke about how the entire time he has taught in universities has been the time of these new liberal reforms. For us who are studying in universities and who are post-graduation and research scholars, our entire life has been a life where these reforms have played out. We've grown up at a time when air, water, electricity, roads, health was being privatized, and as we reach the education sector, we also realized the struggles that are going on within higher education because of these policies of neoliberalism that have been there. It's not been a simple model of a top-down kind of a playing out where the state has come and simply steamrolled all resistance, and there has been a lot of resistance where big capital has also been forced to withdraw even in this phase of very aggressive onslaught of big capital. And so it's very interesting times to live in, just that at times they get too interesting for comfort. I begin my speech by talking about the Kothari Commission report, which Professor Sadhugopal had mentioned in his presentation of how it defined the role of a university space. And the very fact that the university space is supposed to be one where ideas are supposed to be encouraged, debates are supposed to take place. There are no constraints of all those things that happen, say which caste, community and all these kind of primordial ties would want to constrain all those things. It's free from all of those things, and even the nation state or the government of the day should not infringe upon what's being taught within universities and what's being debated within universities. To paraphrase Marx, I mean, Marx wrote this in one of his early letters to one of his friends, that there is a need to do a ruthless criticism of all that is existing, and it has to be ruthless in twin senses of the term. Ruthless in terms of not being afraid of the conflict that is going to get into powers that be, and ruthless also in terms of not being afraid of the results it's going to arrive at. And that's what a university is supposed to provide an avenue for. As knowledge producers and as people who are essentially engaged in knowledge production, new knowledge cannot advance without questioning old knowledge, and that's where you have to have that space where the government should not intervene in terms of what is being taught and what's being said. And one thing very centrally which educationists and academics all over the world have spoken about is the fact that towards this critical engagement with knowledge and towards this critical knowledge production that we ought to engage in university spaces, activism is very central. Student activism, teacher activism, and all these things are very central to shaping the discourses that are being taught within the university spaces, towards democratizing the university space, towards democratizing ourselves, towards democratizing the classroom, and all these things. It's very essential that campus activism is encouraged, and it's a robust university, and it's not a coincidence that all the universities that even going by the government ratings are supposed to be the topmost universities, or all those universities which have a strong students movement, where they have a strong teachers movement. However, this idea of questioning, this idea of university being a space for free debate, free thinking, is under serious threat right now with the present government that is there at the center. Just like a government which is sort of taking us back to the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, all those people who questioned the existing official truths of those times. For example, if I take how in the medieval times there was this belief that the earth is flat. A lot of people questioned that, and that's how it progressed. But all those people, during those times, they were punished. And that's what is happening right now within our university spaces as well. While I was coming here, only yesterday, I read a report that the JNU Teachers Association, the JNUTA, had gone on a one-day university strike on 17th of January protesting against the UGC circular. That was also the day of 1 year of Rohit Vemula's institutional murder. So the registrar and the university administration has brought out a circular saying that all those teachers who went on a strike, there would be a thorough inquiry about that, and all those teachers, we are not going to pay them for the day they struck work on. And it's also going to impact their promotions and the seniority list and everything. Probably our Vice Chancellor thought that the earlier inquiries and the threat letters didn't seem to work. So the way they think in terms of personal incentives and money would work, so they thought that they have come up with the ultimate thing which would sort of detract teachers for calling for further strikes. The previous day before that, there was another news which said in FTII, all the students who were part of the 110-day strike against Gajendra Chauhan's appointment are going to be deprived of the scholarships and are not going to get any foreign exchange programs. On the same day, University of Hyderabad announced the fact that all those students who participated in the 1 year Rohit Shahadat Divas program in University of Hyderabad, in which they had locked the gates and they were not allowing people from outside to come inside, and there was some scuffle at the gates. We have strong video recordings of all of that, and the university administration is going to file a police complaint against all those who have been involved in all those things. Now, these three incidents in JNU, in FTII, in HCU, beyond reflecting the competition that is going on between, say, Mammi Dala Jagdish Kumar, Apparao Pudile, and Gajendra Chauhan, to be the ultimate chosen one for the present regime in power, it also, beyond that, shows how steadily and slowly protests and student activism and teacher activism is being criminalized in university spaces, and how it's happening also at within a larger context of ideological attack. Professor Muzumdar spoke about the way the language and the way policy spoke of education has undergone a shift in this period of neoliberal reforms. It's also undergone a shift in terms of how student politics and how student activism and teacher activism is being seen. And there is, within this larger ideological attack where we are being told not to do politics and how doing politics is actually a waste of taxpayers' money, all these attacks are playing out. And there is a steady criminalization of politics that's happening and the punishment, and we have enough examples. Alongside criminalization of protests and campus democracy, you also have today the legal arm of the state and the extra legal arm of the state sort of coalesce together very seamlessly. Someone was speaking about how JNU and HCU seems to dominate all the news, but if you actually go beyond JNU and HCU, say to Gorakhpur or to Banaras Hindu University, it's a much more deadly space there. It's a much more difficult avenue, space to do politics in, where they're directly the gundas of the ruling regime, the goons of the ruling regime, with complete impunity from the state, would go about attacking people, would go about attacking any kind of democratic dialogue that anyone from students or teachers. We are all familiar with what happened with Professor Sandeep Pandey in the Banaras Hindu University. Today, when I'm speaking on this, I would want to contextualize these attacks within larger neoliberal reforms that are happening in our country. In the last 25 years of neoliberal reforms has also seen the rise of emergence of a penal state. In the morning, Professor Madhu Prasad was speaking about the crisis of capitalism, and Professor Sadhugopal spoke of how it's also the 100 years of Lenin's imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, the thesis that he wrote. Central to Lenin's understanding of imperialism is also the fact that in this highest stage of capitalism, imperialism invariably leads to war and leads to militarization. And it leads to emergence of a penal state, where a state that punishes its citizens more and more. If one sees in these last 25 years, all the avenues that capital thinks can actually maximize profit for it, be it the mineral rich resource regions of, say, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, the central and the eastern India, it's being entirely militarized. The same kind of militarization is also coming towards in our university spaces. And this militarization is also with an intent towards that profit maximization. I mean, after mining, the sector of higher education by its sheer size, though a very small proportion of the entire population goes to higher education, but even that small proportion is a very big numbers in terms of the sheer profit that they can generate. And to operationalize all that they are thinking, that penal regime is important within the university spaces. Punishing teachers, punishing students is very important to operationalize all these policies. In the recent past, we were speaking about this UGC circular on the 5th of May that the University Grant Commission brought out, and it led to a lot of controversy, it led to a lot of uproar in the Jawaharlal Nehru University where I study. It led to, during a protest, 9 students were suspended. It also, outside that academic council where they were protesting and these suspensions took place, within that academic council meeting, the kind of authoritarian and undemocratic and surreptitious ways in which the Vice Chancellor resorted to pass all those proposals were out there in the open. The same things unfolded once again in the Executive Council meeting a few days later. However, to understand this UGC circular and to understand why these protests are being criminalized, I would want to go back to another UGC circular. This UGC circular came out and has largely been forgotten now because it was withdrawn. Came out towards the October 2015. This is just before the Occupy UGC movement came out. And this UGC circular was titled The Safety of Students. And I would want to read out a bit from that circular in terms of what all it entailed for the safety of students that the UGC and the government of the day was planning and contemplating to impose within the university spaces. The salient features of that UGC circular were, and the measures that it recommended, there were 6 of them. The first one was increasing boundary walls and fencing them with barbed wires, setting up CCTV cameras and armed guards at various entry points in and around the campus, several security checks either manually or through metal detectors, measures such as code of conduct for students, installation of biometric systems for compulsory attendance, and teachers giving feedback to parents on students, inculcation of perspectives on what are healthy relationships or sexuality, and the last, setting up of a police station inside the university premise. This was the same time when, following another HRD circular, that the University of Hyderabad actually installed a police chowki inside the University of Hyderabad. Now, both these circulars, the HRD circular on which the police station was installed in the University of Hyderabad, as well as this circular, both of these were withdrawn after protests. But have they actually been withdrawn in terms of what's unfolded in the university spaces, the way, the rapidity with which police has entered campuses in the last few days, and the surveillance mechanisms that are being put in universities? On paper it might have been withdrawn, but the intent with which the government brought these circulars, that intent is playing out in our university spaces every day. I mean, just the other day when the Executive Council meeting was happening and there was a lot of protest in terms of students and teachers were very angry with the way Vice Chancellor had gone about passing all these proposals in the Academic Council meeting, and they were going to be ratified in the Executive Council, so there were protests announced outside the Executive Council. The Vice Chancellor and the university administration sent out a press release the previous day saying that the police is waiting at the gates. Any untoward incident, and the police would enter and take and ensure that law and order takes its own course. I remember one day, this is just before just after the Modi government had come to power, some of us had organized a program, a protest at Gujarat Bhavan. That was the day Modi was taking oath in Delhi, and that was around the same time when this judgment of the Gujarat High Court on the Akshardham accused had come out, where 11 Muslim men who had been framed in a terror case were acquitted, and it was clear that it was a false framing. So we had organized a protest, and we were supposed to go to Gujarat Bhavan and protest, and normally we gather at one place in the university where a bus comes and takes us. When we had started gathering, the police entered and sort of got into our bus, hijacked our bus, and took it to a different route. So this rapidity with which police is entering, I mean, since then the police has simply been entering one after the other. One of my friends from Bombay recently was telling me that in FTII and in Ferguson College, there are proposals to bring the CISF and install them within the university spaces. So now there are going to be guns on campuses, there are going to be police on campuses. Recently, just before Independence Day, Jamia Millia Islamia, there was a police raid on campus saying it's being done for security purpose and safety purpose. It's a normal security check. So all of these things are very alarming, these things. What do they want to police? I mean, this government, all of us know, is a thought police, and that's why they want to sort of bring the police into the campuses and sort of impose all these surveillance mechanisms. I mean, it's also a very thin line at times with the kind of things that are unfolding in university spaces. You all know what happened with Najib Ahmed and how he disappeared. On one of the days when the Vice Chancellor actually spoke to Najib's family, and Najib's family had recorded that and they were showing it to us, it was a 40-minute long conversation where Najib's family spoke about various things in terms of why have you not done this, why have you not done that, why has the institution not taken responsibility. And in that 40 minutes, they had also said that what about the CCTV cameras? One can expect that it might come from them, and it's not something that is very surprising that at that point of time when one of their family members was missing, this was a concern that was mooted by them. A few days later, the university administration brings around 22-23 points, where from their entire conversation, they quote this one conversation to sort of argue for CCTV cameras, and in the name of security, in the name of safety, at one hand, all those people who assaulted Najib were not given punishments, but this kind of a very programmatic, very systemic kind of a policing is being imposed in campuses, and this is essential to impose all those neoliberal reforms that they're planning to implement. Right now, if the university vice chancellor wants to make the administration block in the Jawaharlal Nehru University out of bound for protest, it's simply because within that Pink Palace, within that building, a lot of proposals are going to be passed which entail basically fee hikes, which entail curtailment of social justice. And circulars like the one which recently came, the recent UGC circular to come back to, these are not possible to be operationalized without completely doing away with resistance. That's what neoliberalism has always been about. That's what, I mean, we have seen how in earlier there was, to talk about the penal regime, we had the TADA, we had the POTA, we had the UAPA, we had the Chhattisgarh Public Security Act, and a plethora of draconian laws. Now, once again, all those laws are being brought within the university spaces. Not to say that all of this has become with the rise to Modi government. I mean, successive governments, like be it the previous Congress government or the government previous to that, right from Rajiv Gandhi's time, I mean, that's one watershed mark event when sort of education gets redefined into a private good. Since then, it's been a simple story of how there have been different reports that have called for a curtailment of students' union politics, of organized students' movement. I mean, similar to how at a time when neoliberal reforms were being introduced, they were trying to attack the trade unions and trying to do away with the trade unions. The first attack of the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, which had a strong trade union movement at one point of time, was also, I mean, the first to be attacked were the trade unions, and now they're doing that with the students' unions. The Birla Ambani report spoke of how the unions are the biggest hurdle for privatization of education and everything. Right now, in all the students' movement that have been happening across the country, Rahul Gandhi may go and sort of try to piggyback on these movements to get back the legitimacy of his party, but the Congress party has been, I mean, very single-minded in sort of implementing that agenda of this neoliberal capital and doing away with resistance. We remember how Montek Singh Ahluwalia, I'll just finish. Montek Singh Ahluwalia used to say that unionization is a major impediment, and when you speak to students' unions, they speak about things that are not geared towards education reform, and they're only interested in keeping the fee low. So when this government has come, it has simply taken it to a different level altogether. None of us are in any illusion about the fact that higher education was going to be attacked once this government came to power. However, the only thing that took us by surprise was the intensity of this attack, was the magnitude of this attack and the way they've gone about through these attacks. At this juncture, it's very important. And one more point I would want to make, I mean, this was a concern that was raised earlier about the fact that how does one ensure a student-teacher unity where students also critique the teachers or things that have been, how does one build this unity, and there are a lot of tensions within this unity, and how does one look at these tensions? One more thing that have happened in the last 25 years in terms of overhauling all these mechanisms of protest is that in a very systemic manner, they've pitted one campus community against the other. So first they went ahead and did away with the Safai Karamcharis, they privatized the Safai Karamcharis and everything. Then they came to this non-teaching staff, tried to put them on a contract basis. In Delhi University, the entire ad hoc teachers came and they tried to contractualize teachers' appointments, and now they're going after the students and going about their scholarships and about social justice mechanisms and everything. So even when to build that cross-sectional unity within a university space, it's become very difficult because of these, in the systemic way they've sort of gone about doing and sort of pitting these things against the other. Despite that, the attack right now is on everyone, and that's what brings everyone together. Despite that, the fact that the Delhi University Teachers Association, the JNUTA, has been coming consistently for student protests, and students have been going consistently for teachers' protests, shows how the attack is on all of us. And at this juncture, unless and until all of us unite, the times are going to be very difficult. And at stake actually is our existence, whether we are going to exist or not. The other day, Professor Bezwada Wilson, when he had come to JNU, he spoke of how, when he spoke to Radhika Vemula said that she doesn't want to send Raja Vemula to higher education, fearing for her life. That's exactly what Najib's mother told me as well. That when Najib had gone missing, he said that if the moment I get Najib, I'm not going to let Najib stay in this university even for a day. I'm going to take him back to Badaयूं. So that's the kind of scary situation that is coming. I mean, it's not just the attack of neoliberal capital. It's also alongside that, as other speakers have pointed out, it's also Hindutva politics playing out in university spaces and trying to convert a university into some kind of old gurukuls run by multinational companies. And all of us at this juncture need to unite, and seminars like these need to be taken to the barricades, and barricades need to be brought to the seminar rooms, and that's what will determine all of our futures. Thank you very much.
It's time to wind up. Do we throw the house open for some questions before conclusion? Okay, if there are some questions, please. Yeah, yes.
This is not a question, this is a comment regarding the outcome of the new liberal reform policies on education, particularly in the context of Tamil Nadu. The corruption is the manifestation and outcome of the reform policies. The corruption in the sense of two ways of corruption. One is the power corruption, another one is the money corruption existing in the system of higher education, particularly in the universities and other the entire structures of higher education in India, particularly in Tamil Nadu, the higher education ministry, council, universities and universities governing bodies, all the structures are working around the identity-based politics and also the corruptive manner of administration. So the entire identity kind of politics and corruptive manner of administration, the entire the academic community has treated us, the administrative structures and the administrative heads and the academic heads are treating teachers and students and other non-teaching staff as they are maintaining the patron-client relationship. Whenever we are opposing and raising the questions, but they are victimizing and vindicting the entire community of teaching. The system of new liberal policy-based reform system completely disturbing the democratization of the higher education institution, particularly it working as an anti-teacher, anti-student, anti-staff and anti-marginal sections of the community. The marketization of the market-driven functioning of the higher education system in Tamil Nadu completely pushed the margins out of the entire governing system, and particularly the access to the higher education and the employment, entirely the involvement of the knowledge production, higher learning and knowledge production of the higher education in India. So the corruption is the most powerful manifestation of the new liberal policies, particularly in the higher education field. Thank you.
Does anyone of you want to answer this? Okay, so we have to go into the entire political system, the corrupting political system, particularly you were talking about Tamil Nadu. I think this requires quite a lot of expanding of the limits of our discussion today. I would really like to sit with you and talk to you about this whole thing, how corruption and the disappearance of a democratic space within the university, democratic space within the system itself, how even our acts are very limiting, and the students and teachers are given very little freedom for unionizing, for gathering together. So this, particularly because Tamil Nadu is one of the leading states, you can say, in complete privatization. So with all this, I think they are all very closely interrelated, and I think we need another session to go into the entire ramifications of what you have talked about. Yes.
This question is to the representatives of the college teachers. IFECTO secretary and others. See, as a student, I participated in an agitation when the university teachers were on the road demanding UGC scale those days. And we boycotted the exams during that period when the government wanted to conduct the exam using the government employees. I still remember I went inside the classrooms and tore off all the questions, and we succeeded in preventing that examination. Now today, you have a good salary, but are you caring for your own fellow brethren who are working in the same colleges under that what you call self-financing courses in which they get a very meager salary, and hardly any struggle is seen by the university teachers now. As Umar Khalid said, that today it is the need of the hour that we all come together, from the public sector, from the student movement, the trade union movement, the teachers movement, all should come together to fight for the rights. That is my suggestion.
You want to talk about it?
Teachers who are affiliated to AIFECTO now are struggling for butter, not for bread. When the struggle is going for bread, then it is very intensive and united. So this is the position, and this is one of the effects of new liberal policy also. We are catch by the new liberal policy. All our teachers are also, and you have said that all the organized sector is being demolished due to this new rural policy, and this is one of our organization also, teachers also. So this is the position.
Yeah, it's a kind of a segmentation, fragmentation of the what you would call a working class, if you want to put all of them together into your working class. So each segment being turned against the other, and so then the whole thing works into the hands of the ruling classes. Any other question?
It's a pain that I would like to share, not a question or a comment. For the past more than a year, I was overseas in South Africa, and in South African university system, this debate on decolonization, freeing the space of university from an oppressive administration, something similar to what is happening in India at the moment. And it was a coincidence that all these debates were given a space and a hearing right inside the university platform, attended by the vice chancellors and university officials, and heard too. During the same time, in fact, it was on 29 February, close to the time when the turbulence was happening in Indian space as well. Now the pain is coming from the fact that most of them, where I was part of those seminars, and they were referring to India. They were referring to Gandhi's non-cooperation movement. So I thought, we must take a leaf from these debates that also go around in other third world countries, where people are actually giving examples of India, and we are setting, I don't know what to say, what kind of adjectives to use, but it's just an ironical thing that we are shutting doors. We are not even ready to ask, allow questions to be asked. Forget about attending those seminars. In UNISA, University of South Africa, where I was working then, university vice chancellors of WITS, which is a very coveted, very reputed university, vice chancellor of UCT, University of Cape Town, Rhodes University, were all attending seminars, and SRC members, Student Representative Council members, were raising questions right in front of them, on their face, and they were ready to answer. They answered, they defended or not defended, whatever. I was wondering like this, and because I used to keep track of what was happening in India as well, every Indian would do overseas. It was a painful situation for me to see what is going on in that space. If you compare both the things, on one side, our neighboring, of course, South Africa, we compare, South Africa is our partner, being part of the BRICS, as part of the BRICS member. They are referring to Gandhi's non-cooperation movement and looking up to learn from India, often referring to me as coming from India, and look, India is doing good in mathematics and engineering and so on. And here you see this happening. It's just a pain that I wanted to share. Thanks.
Here, ma'am. So this is regarding my concern, as Professor Vasandevi was also raising about social sciences, how social sciences hasn't been figuring in the context, neoliberal context, and also the privatization. And also about the gender gap. On the one hand, it appears as if more girls are going to school, colleges, and getting into higher education thanks to the increase in enrollment. But at the same time, what kind of courses are there into? Of course, there are no social sciences in private colleges at all. And if you go to the region of Namakkal, Salem, it is all like everything will be in one campus. You will have engineering, you will have arts and science, you have management studies, etc. And more girls. In one of the institutions there in Trichangodu, there are 22,000 girls. It's only women, only for women. So what are they doing? When I was discussing with the girls, it came to I came to know that they are colleges are playing buses, and therefore the parents are sending the wards. Otherwise, the girls won't be there. So we need to identify what are the causes by which the girls are into the campus, and also there is a need to study where will these girls go after the completion of the girl. That there the gender gap really exists. They don't go and join the labor market. And again, this non-social science courses also never help them into get anything, at least if they are into social sciences. So on the one hand, the issue is social sciences is dying and we have to have a movement to rescue. And then on the other, the girls, after completion, what are they doing? I think these two issues are also to be part of the higher education discussions. Thank you.
Well, this is just to complicate the situation a little bit more. I think since the morning we've had a very good discussion and a lot of issues have been opened up. But from both the IAWS and from CWDS, where I'm located, I think there are one or two things which we need to also bring into this discussion. Which is not to deviate from the issues that have been placed since the morning, which are definitely the larger issues and provide the larger context within which we ourselves are located. But I think we need to look at 2-3 points when you people discuss this. And I think it's important for us to say that you need to keep us in mind when you discuss issues of higher education. One is that the women's studies centers in the universities have come up, continue to exist, and their future is a bit uncertain on two counts. In some universities, the women's studies centers have been absorbed and regularized as regular departments. But in many places, they are still women's studies centers, which are in a bit of an uncertain situation because their money used to come plan to plan, and with the doing away of the planning commission itself, it's not clear where they are. Are they part of the regular grants? Are they part of recurring grants, non-recurring plan? All those financial issues are there. But more than that, the space that existed, which allowed women's studies centers such as these to sort of read social sciences differently, to raise different kind of questions, is that larger? If that larger space is shrinking, then it's also posing challenges within the women's studies centers as well as within women's studies. Similarly, I would say that centers and institutions like CWTS, because, you know, we're all discussing higher education in the context of the university system, which is definitely the, say, 99% of the system. But we must remember there are ICSSR supported institutions which are directly affected, for whom this kind of intellectual academic space is also likely to shrink, which have had and played a key role, whether it's, and you can name the centers in their regions, in their regional policy frameworks, these centers have played a key role, just as CWDS itself did in terms of the building of women's studies and focusing on gender and policy issues. So that space is shrinking. And thirdly, what I want to bring out is that institutions and organizations like the IAWS, which came up in the period post-emergency and pre-liberalization. What is we need to ask ourselves where and how we can pitch ourselves, need to pitch ourselves in these larger debates. And I think this program today was part of that attempt to sort of even begin to more concretely register where we are in this larger process of higher education and what are the challenges within which IAWS itself is working, trying to sort of read issues against the grain and continue to pose issues. And it's important to know that IAWS today has, say, our conferences, more than 50% participation is of an age group below 40. So it is the generation. When we talk to our students, they say we are the post-liberalization generation. So those are
me. I think yes, this could be perhaps discussed in the IAWS conference venue.
No,
Yes.
Basanti,
Yes.
I'm raising it because I think
when you discuss higher education and all our
Yes.
panelists, they must also, the fact that IWS felt the need to organize a pre-conference focusing on these issues, this pre-conference should also note what are the challenges within which not only that we are functioning, but within which the entire system of higher education.
Yes, I think that the link with this is either the IAWS not finding a growth that it would desire, or you're talking about the women's study centers. All these are in some way linked to the larger issues that we have discussed, particularly today, is what reform really means when the state completely withdraws itself from all its responsibilities and hands over the entire system on a platter to the private interest, to the corporate interest, to the global interest. Then what kind of social concerns can we expect to play out in this reform mode? You know, so that is why they are all closely linked to the larger ideology that is driving the Indian state. And what is the this was raised by both of them also, the priority given to education in the scale of priorities of the government today. Education gets the 3.75% of the GNP, and the higher education sector is 0.37%. Now, what kind of a democratic, leave alone democratic, any kind of a civilized country can give such low priority to education? And how do we expect in a system where there is a complete privatization and a total shrinking of the public education system to almost a minuscule level? Now, how could we expect the private interest to go after, to try to nourish, to try to develop concerns of equity, concerns of gender, concerns of social justice? How do we expect this to do? Because particularly the private sector, as one of our panelists was pointing out, perhaps in an earlier phase, and perhaps in some of the developed capitalist countries, there are elements of enlightenment in the private space, private educational space. But in India, the private sector in education has become purely a profit-making body, a profit-making sector, because that is an area where easy profit can be made, and the resources that the private sector brings in for the development of the institutions is absolutely meager, and they raise it back within 2 years. So this is what is happening. And you know, now in this entire demonetization discourse, which was supposed to be for black money removal, the sector where black money is most birthed in India, next to real estate, is in educational institutions. So that is the reality. So unless we go to, I take this as my concluding remarks, unless we realize that only public educational institutions can nurture a democratic, a growing, a civilizing society, then unless we grant that, there is no way our society can nourish the kind of values that we have been talking about. A space for a democratic space in the university, saving the university from the rampant militarization that is going on, and all the concerns that we have expressed. Now, I think these are completely contradictory to the process of reform in India, to the process of corporatization and privatization. So unless public education is given the primacy of place, and the state is forced to invest in education, there is no way all our constitutional values and democratic values can be revived. So long, and this is not something new that we are talking about. The historical example of all the developed countries in the world today, all the capitalist developed countries, I'm not talking about a mythical socialist country. Now there is, in all the developed capitalist countries, the private sector plays only a very small role in education. In school education, it is minuscule in even in countries like US. You know, in Western Europe, the school education is totally in the public sector. Now, in Scandinavian countries, higher education is also in the public sector. So it is only these countries that have registered advancement in education, advancement in economic and social development, in technological development, and they have also been able to establish themselves as leaders in every field in the world. So unless we completely stem this dangerous process of privatization and retrieve our educational system from the hands of the rapacious private interests, and also the threatening global domination, the global trading in education that is also coming in through WTO and others, unless we guard against this, there is no way we can save our higher education or education as a whole. But then the next question is, how do we do this? How do we build up a people's movement where education is given the primacy of its place, and not only education, health, how a democratic society can be built up? Now, somebody had said earlier on there that when do we carry these debates outside venues like this into the larger public spaces? Now, I started with saying that today we have lakhs and lakhs of college students who have gathered along our beaches in Chennai and all over Tamil Nadu, demanding just one right, the right to perform Jallikattu. Now, is there any possibility that we can tap into this kind of enormous youth energy to divert them to issues that are so vital to us as stopping the whole direction of what is called reform today, completely reversing this direction and taking it to truly subserve the interests of the large mass of the people? And this can be done only by bringing in the marginalized sections, the vast mass of the people into the higher education space. Now it is still a very elitist space. And this elitist space, this elitism must be expanded, must be broken, and a true democratization is not only democratization for expression within the campus. It is a democratization that leads to a much widening of the social base from which our students are brought in, and this social base that comes in must come in on an equal footing and not suffering something like what he had mentioned, the daily inferiorization within the campus. So I think there are many dimensions, many aspects of higher education that are inevitably linked to school education also, and linked to our larger concept of what the Indian democracy, what the Indian Republic is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vasanthi Devi and panel members. I now request N. Mani Meghalai to come on stage and please present mementos to our panel members. Thank you. Thank you. Well, our last session is a panel discussion on the struggles in institution of higher education. I'd like to invite the chair and the panel, and I also need to introduce myself, which I think I'm doing a little late in the day. I'm Malini Chakravarti. So I'd like to invite Professor Nandita Narayan, Professor Nilanjana Gupta, Professor Sara Hilali, Afifa Cholaseri, Harishankar Nachimutu, Medha, Akshita, Shatarupa Chakraborty, and Devangana Kalita.
Thank you very much. We'll begin the session now about struggles in institutions of higher education. A lot of the groundwork has already been done in the other sessions, particularly in the last session. I firmly believe, as Professor Sadgopal had said, that what we're witnessing now is the coming together of the twin agendas of the incomplete colonial project, which is, liberalization, the neoliberal form of it, imperialism in its new form, and the communal agenda coming together in that attack on our higher education system. And it is not, just a question of, change of strategy and having to deal with the crisis of capitalism and turning to, more profit-generating areas like education and health. But I think that education has always been terribly important as a means of empowerment. So if you want to deny empowerment, you have to control education. It is not from now, but from the time of, the invention of the caste system and Eklavya, and, our whole history is witness to this. And initially, yes, we had these big commissions, the Radhakrishnan Commission and the Kothari Commission, which laid down a certain vision for the role of higher education in bringing about genuine democracy, because I think it was recognized by our founding fathers, those who wrote our brilliant constitution, that we really, unless we're able to transform our polity, our society, into a genuinely egalitarian one, we really don't have, freedom doesn't have much of a meaning. You have simply passed the reins of power from one ruling elite to, another. And given the centuries of caste oppression, of feudalism, of different kinds of the economic inequalities, really you would need to empower the people in a very big way. So this was our big project, and this is what higher education, public funded higher education was meant to do. So you had these commissions, and you had, some changes coming about, some empowerment coming, and some inclusion taking place. However, with the 90s, the whole agenda changed, and you had, this whole neoliberal attack, and many reasons are given for that. These loans that we had taken from the World Bank, IMF, and so on, and how they dictated school education policy and the quality of teachers, the number of teachers, the teachers' training, which was completely privatized, and then the degradation of the school system, which was followed by the degradation of higher education, which is when we woke up. We didn't really wake up earlier. And now the middle class is facing this, huge problem of not being able to afford, of higher education. And so there is a concern, and also people within universities are facing this crisis because you find that your service conditions are under tremendous attack, and your posts are not being filled up, you don't become permanent, you're not getting your promotions, you're not getting your pension. All of these things go together. So there is an openness to trying to understand this neoliberal agenda, which many years ago people would have been talking about, but would not have much of an audience to which was receptive. So while these things have been outlined, I just want to briefly just go over some of them that you had in 1991. You had also this whole thing of higher education being a non-merit good, and the whole push to vocationalization, and we resisted that in our universities somewhat successfully. Subsequently, before that, we had the Hospitals and Other Institutions Bill, the struggle against which that was basically going to take away our right to go to a court of law in terms of to address our grievances. After that, we had the Birla-Ambani report and the Model Act of the UGC, which was again, this whole agenda for privatization, of a reversal in whatever democratization of governance that had taken place, taking away elected representations from statutory bodies and so on. Then 2005, the offer to GATS, and then we found in 2008 onwards, we had the choice-based credit and semester system, which was brought in by the Kapil Sibal government. And it was resisted stoutly in some states like Kerala through the Hriday Kumari report. And we in Delhi University, for example, felt its impact. Soon after that, we had a bitter struggle against it in our university, went on strike and so on. And finally, we were embroiled in a court case, and we lost that battle at that time, but the struggle is still on. The Knowledge Commission, 2009, and the 6 bills in Parliament which were eventually not passed. One other bill was passed, that is the Central Universities Bill, for 12 new central universities, which lays down the agenda for bringing in this privatization through this choice-based credit system. It is really a public-private partnership blueprint. And on the 12 central universities, it has been imposed through the Act itself. So there's no way in which a university can choose not to implement the choice-based credit system because they don't have that, the legal wherewithal for that. And the same thing was sought to be imposed on the older central universities, which was through the Central Universities Bill of 2013, which has not yet been passed, which has everything else, including transferability of jobs as a way of curbing dissent, taking away your right to go to court through tribunalization of justice, turning a university through a simple letter into a self-financing university, taking away elected representation from executive councils, and of course the joint degree program, choice-based credit and semester system, the joint degree programs with other universities so that you could have these partnerships with private universities where, students may not be able to afford 3 years in Ashoka, for example, but parents might be compelled to shug out the money for 1 semester, So this encapsulation or, fragmentation of whatever courses you're studying is a much easier way of commercializing. As a friend of mine said that, you can sell shampoo in sachets more easily than sell it in, larger quantities. You may be able to afford something which is a short-term thing. So I may not have the time to go through all those things, but what I would like to say here is, of course, you have the, now we are facing this MOOCs and, the UGC making syllabi for us, and the syllabi are completely degraded. You don't have, for example, in the political science honors course which is imposed on the whole country, you don't have the national movement in it at all. You do not have in BCom honors any paper of economics. You do not have in statistics honors any paper on probability. So we are teaching absolute rubbish to our students, and this is what has been imposed on us. So the quality of education has really been sought to be degraded. People talked about content, and it's absolutely true that you don't, it's not just that you're depriving people by making education very expensive, by, finding ways of pushing out the marginal sections who had been trying to come into, education institutions. But you're also degrading the quality of what you're offering even to the richer students who are able to afford higher education, because nobody is allowed to think, whether it is the ones who are, in that very high income bracket who can take back a big pay package, or the cheap labor, the ones who are going to be put into the cheap labor category. Nobody, as Madhu said, is going to be allowed to think anymore, to question anything. You just have to be a cog in the wheel. We have had, recently we've seen through, well, we have tried to have these, our democratic organizations of students and teachers, through our associations, through elections, and through solidarity of different sections, different universities. We have these organizations which are like the All India Federation of University and College Teachers Organization, whose General Secretary was here. And that represents all the associations, teachers' associations of state universities and colleges. We have the Federation of Central Universities Teachers Association, which represents 39 central universities. I happen to be the president at this point of time for that. Apart from the struggles launched by these major teachers' associations, which were apparently, centered around our service conditions, people often criticized us for having economic demands, but I think you must understand that the service conditions of teachers are extremely important in terms of attracting any kind of talent into the teaching profession. You must have teachers in education institutions, you must have teachers in schools and colleges, and you must give them reasonably attractive conditions, which was understood by UNESCO and in the charter that they had laid down, that comparable service conditions are extremely important. That is why the struggle for becoming permanent, the struggle for having upward mobility, the struggle for having pension. Pension is a big issue all over the world. People are on the streets, again, demanding pension because they've seen their parents who were deprived of pension not even being able to make a daily wage, a minimum daily wage. So this is again one of the big attacks of the neoliberal agenda. So these issues are not divorced from what our concerns are. And through these concerns, the forging of these movements, we fought major battles against the new education policy of 1986, against hospitals and other institutions, against Bildar Ambali report. We've got everybody, including those who belong to the ruling dispensation and the right-wing dispensations, to understand and to take up the same, issues, whether it is CBCS or privatization and so on. So these struggles are not disjoint from each other. I mean, certainly for all of us here, they are not. At the same time, along with these struggles are the other struggles which have been going on simultaneously. I would say the struggle for self-determination, and you have seen whether it was, the continuous struggles by people from marginalized sections kept out of education institutions and from any kind of decision-making capacity. Whether it was in 1991 or 92, when at the same time that the liberalization agenda was unfolding, we also had the coming of the Mandal Commission, and how at that time, within, for example, in our university, we didn't have any kind of reservation at all. So the composition of say, Delhi University teachers was almost 100% upper caste. I mean, we didn't have almost even one Dalit teacher. We may have had one or two. But even if they made it to selection committees, they were selected, they were never given their joining reports, so it was only brought in much later in 1995. And I think that what VP Singh did and what after that the Mandal Commission did for that particular objective went a long way, and there was a sense of, this is our right and we have a right to take decisions, not just wait for somebody to give it to us. So since then, we've had a difference in the composition of our university teaching community. We've had people from the Dalit sections, from the SC/ST community coming in, and today the kind of thinking that was there in the university in 1991 is unthinkable. It was, we were actually reduced to a situation where the entire teaching community, barring a few of us who were, branded as, just the leftists, barring a few of us, there was a consensus against reservation. And not only was it their consensus against reservation, there was a consensus saying that, these people have fundamentally got no merit, and therefore, the kind of language used was terrible. It just tore that upper caste mask off our face. and then combined with that Ram Janmabhoomi movement, it was a very explosive kind of combination that we saw in our university in those days. But things have changed since then. So it is really something that has to happen from inside when people are part of your community, even though most of them have been kept ad hoc because we stopped having permanent appointments after 2010, more or less, hardly any appointments. But they are now part of the teaching community. They influence decisions. So Delhi University Teachers Association itself, through a general body decision, can unanimously decide that we have to follow the correct reservation roster, and what is being done is not right. So, that is how things finally change. Along with that, you've had all the student movements that have been going, alongside. And the threat from the students' movements has been met by continuously crushing every kind of dissent. First of all, not allowing associations to come up, whether it is in Banaras Hindu University or most of the new central universities don't have any associations. Or wherever the associations are there, they are crushed in the most brutal manner, whether it is JNU or Hyderabad Central University, even Allahabad University, President Richa Singh, and a whole lot of other FTII and all the other examples that we have before us. So also the one of the first stirrings of this was noticed in the, you had the Ambedkar Periyar group issue. And I think we have today, very fortunately for us, people from many of these institutions which have been in the thick of the struggle. So really I would say, when I was listening to Omar, that, these are our leaders, we learn from them. These are the people who will take the nation forward and bring about, keep that hope alive for this country to truly experience freedom one day. So with that, I'd like to introduce our panel here. And I think the first speaker will be, and maybe you could just raise your hand and stand up for the people to see you. Akshita Chitala, who is a student and activist from Hyderabad Central University. And then we'll go back to the order that I have here. Nilanjana Gupta, General Secretary, Jadavpur University Teachers Association, where they had a huge agitation as well. Sarah Hilali, Rajiv Gandhi University in Itanagar. Afifa Cholaseri, are you here? Yeah, Afifa is here. Afifa is a research scholar and activist from Calicut University. Harishankar Nachimuthu, student and activist, FTII. Medha, student and activist, Pondicherry University. That's another university which has seen a huge struggle in which the students played a major role. They managed to get rid of a very terrible vice chancellor. Then we have Satarupa Chakravarti, research scholar and activist, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Devangana Kalita, yeah, Devangana is here. Student and Pinjra Tod activist, Delhi University. I just want to say one thing here before we begin. I'll hand over the mic to Akshita. Oh, Yogesh? Okay, I'm sorry. There was one more here. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I have it on the other sheet. Yogesh from the Ambedkar Periyar Study Circle, IIT Madras. Before we begin, once again, I would like to say that we have experienced over a period of time the larger participation of women in these struggles. And I think that really put the fear of, put a lot of fear into the authorities. I have noticed ever since my student days that when it's the women meeting, when the women get together and start talking about issues, then authorities felt terribly threatened. When it was the laws against sexual harassment that were framed, and when we had these committees after the Vishakha judgment set up, which were democratic in nature, these became the hubs of democratic activity and the challenge to authority. In that context, I'd like to say that, we, our organization, even in our university, the Democratic Teachers Front, one of our rivals, political parties, is led by, it's a one-man party almost, led by a person whom everyone refers to as Bhaiyaji, like the Bhaiyas of Bombay maybe. So, Bhaiyaji party, people would say. So, in retaliation, they said to us, Acha, aap to Maiya Behna party hain. So, we are really the Maiya Behna party now, because a whole lot of our president is a woman, Shashwati Majumdar, who was also president of DUTA earlier. And I happen to be the president of DUTA now. We are secretary Yabhadev Habib, who is also the EC member, and our treasurer Vijaya Venkatraman. A whole lot of women, and they're terrified of the women. So, I think the women really have a role to play. And at the same time, I mean, I totally agree that there has been much greater, in the neoliberal era, much greater attacks on women and, marginalization and keeping out. And this demonetization, of course, has completely destroyed all the women who are trying to hide away some money from their, alcoholic husbands or, whoever was going to waste all that money, and they've been completely, reduced to destitution, apart from, of course, losing employment and everything else. So with that, I'd like to request Akshita Chitala to, would you like to stand there?
Revolutionary greetings, everyone. Today we are here to talk about struggles in higher educational institutions. So before going into that, it is important for us to note that struggle which many students face to get into higher educational institutions itself, because when we are part of a political organization and before the admissions start in HCU, we usually go around to different tribal areas and try to spread awareness that, the notification is coming for different educational institutions, please apply. We go to different tribal schools and we interact with the girl students there. And they are very active and enthusiastic, but the saddening part is that they usually ask us, we don't even have money to apply for these institutions. How do you expect us to apply and get in there? Even the public institutions to apply and get in there, even the 500 rupee fee which they charge for the admission application, even they are not able to pay that. So this is an important aspect, the accessibility part of it, which is an important aspect for us to think about before actually going into the struggles in higher educational institutions itself, because accessibility is the most important point. Only after that they can get into higher educational institutions, get education, and then after that question the caste inequalities or gender inequalities which they have been facing throughout their life and have been taught to take it for granted in the early stages of their childhood. So before going to struggles into higher education, so I wanted to make this point. And also, especially the state where I come from, being region specific, because many of the students are from different states, and I want to talk about the problems which students are facing in Telangana as such, because recently there have been an uprising because all the social welfare schools in Telangana, they have seen massive budgetary cuts, especially after the new KCR regime and even before that also, and even the neighboring state Andhra Pradesh, both have seen massive budgetary cuts for social welfare schools. And after that, there was a massive uprising from different student organizations, which was brutally suppressed by both the states. So if this is the kind of state which primary education is in, we can understand the state in which the higher education institutions are in these particular states. Now, in this context, the new education policy and the various educational reforms which are being implemented at the national level, and also the private university bill in Telangana, all these bring us, are the difficult times ahead, especially when we are talking about accessibility, and in this particular context, with different educational reforms coming in place in different states, it is going to increase the difficulties of these students from marginalized sections even more. So, and also there has been increasing diversion of the students from the government schools, especially after the 5th standard, as one of the previous speaker has mentioned. There has been diversion of these students, the so-called weak students, they say, to different vocational courses, skill development courses, to get them ready for the labor market or for the global capital, to use them in their Make in India program or different manufacturing industries, just to vocationalizing and increasingly vocationalizing the courses, and also even in higher educational institutions, different educational reforms which are being implemented through CBCS or the choice of courses which are being offered, and also the market compatibility of these courses are becoming very important factor for the encouragement which they receive from the state or the private institutions in the state or the countrywide. So these are all the problems which higher educational institutions and right from the primary schooling to higher educational institutions which the marginalized students face in different states and Telangana in particular. Now coming into the broader context in which the university's spaces or the university struggles are happening, all this, if you notice the campuses, the higher educational institutions, especially the public institutions, are becoming increasingly diverse these days. There are students coming from different sections of the society, and once they get into the university, our practical experience is that we get exposed to a lot of these ideas which we haven't heard before in our schooling, because we were taught, joining politics or going into political organizations, it is considered as an act of indiscipline. So we were disciplined and not allowed to go into political organizations. When we particularly come into institutions of higher learning like Hyderabad Central University or any other Osmania University or any other university, we get exposed to a lot of new ideas. I'm from sciences, but even then, when I joined Hyderabad Central University, I got exposed to different organizations, different ideas. And when marginalized section students enter these universities, they get exposed to all these ideas and they find it as a reflection of the struggle and the challenges which they have been facing since their childhood. So this is where our engagement with politics starts. And once this engagement starts, we start questioning. The students of the universities start questioning the reforms or the policies which are being taken up by the state government or the central government. And this is where our engagement with the national politics or the state politics start. And so this is where our conflict with the right wing, social right and the economic right also starts. And this is why exactly fearing these ideas, fearing these students getting into critical mode of questioning everything, that we have been seeing increasing attack on higher educational institutions these days. And also there have been various struggles in the last year, be it the Occupy UGC struggle against, for non-net fellowship or against WTO GATS, be it the struggle in the Pondicherry University or FTII. All the struggles have been in this context of questioning what, questioning the national government or the state government or their policies. And it is in this context there has been an increasing attack on the higher education institutions in this country. And also coming into the institution-specific aspects, I come from Hyderabad Central University, so it has been in news a lot last year for very bad reasons. But this is not which has started last year or anything, because there have been continuous suicides of Dalit students in the campus. Around 8 to 9 students belonging to marginalized sections have committed suicide in Hyderabad Central University. Now, when we see these statistics, it is it makes us think, what is the reason behind all these suicides in this higher education institutions and especially HCU? Why is it happening? So it is the answer to this is not very simple, because it is not always the overt discrimination, discrimination which takes place in universities. It happens in many intricate ways. And it is also important at this particular context to bring in few interjections, like why are these suicides happening? Because after every suicide in HCU, there will be a committee, and that committee will be giving many recommendations, and even Thorat sir's recommendations have come in also a few years ago. But all these recommendations, even though they point out to they do give some redressal mechanisms to address these questions, I would like to bring in what are the various possibilities through which the students in these higher education institutions face discrimination. They might be facing discrimination, academic, it might be an academic or institutional or friends or batchmates and many other ways. And especially the Rohit suicide, if you see, it's not an isolated incident. It's a culmination of systemic failure which has led to his suicide and many other suicides in the university. And there have been reports after suicides which suggested that inconsistency and subjectivity in the standards applied for allocation of supervisor, coursework, answer sheets also led to an understandable perception that gained among SCSC students that they are being discriminated against on the basis of caste. And there are many other subtle ways in which the caste creeps in, especially in higher educational institutions. And also, after Central, one of the students from physics department, my own department, have committed suicide. There was a report which said that
how caste comes into play in interactions of Dalit students with upper caste students, teachers and administrators. It is this exclusionary social practices that pushes Dalit students to the wall, and those who lack the capacity to deal with the psychological pressure of humiliation resort to suicide. This was something which was mentioned after Senthil has committed suicide. So there have been many reports after suicides have been after many suicides in the university, and still the recommendations are not taken very seriously. Yes, there are certain grievance redressal mechanisms, but the university community at large, be it the teachers or the students or the student organizations or the politics at large in the university, has failed to understand the problems which the first generation learners who are coming from marginalized sections face in these universities. Not just SEST or other backward class students, but also the girl students who are entering into the university. The kind of problems which they face in coming into public spaces and interacting in public spaces is also something which we need to think about. Because when I see in my university, there are students from particular regions, especially the girl students from particular region, who would be coming out in open and who would be interacting in public spaces, would be very active in movements, would be engaging in politics. But if you see students from Telangana, who are SESC girl students from Telangana, they do not come out very openly and they do not talk very openly. In my personal experience, what I've seen in University of Hyderabad is students from Kerala or students from West Bengal, mostly the girl students, they do come out openly and they do engage in politics and discussion. But I have seen very few students from other states coming out in open and engaging in public discussions. This is also something which we need to talk about. And also, when we are talking about institutions of higher learning, we very conveniently tend to forget about the state level universities, because they usually play a very important role in the accessibility part. But we always forget them, the state level educational institutions, and they are in a very bad situation, especially in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. They do not receive enough budgetary support, and the infrastructure there is very poor, and the professor-teacher interaction is also very minimal. There are many problems which the state level universities face, but we usually tend to forget them, and we tend to concentrate on the HCUs and the JNUs and all these institutions, but we tend to forget the state level institutions, which are very important with regard to higher education is concerned. And also regarding the gender aspect of it, in the institutions of higher learning, especially for GS Cash, if you see, there have been many struggles in different universities for putting in place of the institutional mechanism to address the gender sensitization and the complaints which they receive on sexual harassment. If you see the number of universities which has the GS Cash mechanism, it's very few. If in Telangana, if you see, it's only Hyderabad Central University which has a GS Cash mechanism. IFLU, there is one, but it's with a different name. But at large, if you see, the GS Cash mechanism it's not available to all the students in different universities. And also, I have, from my own organization, there have been many students who have been elected to being the GS Cash student representatives. And many times they have shared this aspect that there have been many complaints against professors, sexual harassment complaints against professors. But within the GS Cash committee itself, there has been an important role played by different representatives from administration or from the teacher's side to sideline those issues and not let it come into public. In my own institution, there have been many instances where there have been sexual harassment complaints against professors, but none have come out in open. And once the student comes to complain, they try to downplay the issue and also try to sideline the issue and not let the issue come out in open. This is also one of the major problems which especially the research scholars face in the science departments in the University of Hyderabad. And there are few departments in the university which try to even restrict the students at the entrance level itself to come in, especially I can't name the departments, but still there are certain departments in the university who actually stop the, at the entrance level examination itself, they don't they pick and choose the students they want. They pick and choose whom to be very elite students. If you see the social composition of the students in those particular departments, it's hugely disappropriate, and yeah, these are the many ways in which different departments are working and many mechanisms are working in the university. And also and also one more important issue is the student politics on campus. We have been one of the fortunate ones where student union elections are being conducted. And IFLU and MANU are the other two institutions, though of course not with the name, they can't choose their own political organization name. They can't say, I'm from this organization, they can't do that. But still, these are the very few fortunate universities which are, student union elections are being conducted. But if you look at other state universities, student union elections are banned. Even in most of the private colleges and the self-financing colleges, where it is of utmost importance to have the student body representing them. If you see in Kerala, recently somebody, Jishnu, has committed suicide. And there have been many instances in Telangana also, be it, in the intermediate level or in the higher education level. There have been many suicides in the private colleges also, but they do not come out in open. And the plight of the students in these self-financing colleges, it's very horrible. So politics is also something which plays an important role in talking out loud about these issues and resisting these issues. But in these private educational institutions, there is complete ban on politics, which is also something which we need to think about very seriously. So these are the various issues which the institutions in Telangana in particular and entire country in general are facing. So thank you for giving me this.
Thank you, Akshita. I must remind you all that despite the tremendous hardship faced by so many students in Hyderabad Central University, it's been ranked along with JNU as one of the highest ranked universities. Although we are not terribly taken up with this whole business of ranking, but I think that what is important is that despite everything, they do have a students' union, they're active, they're protesting, they're questioning continuously. And, that and whatever diversity that they're able to ensure within the university, like in JNU, has a major role to play in the quality. And those who feel that, access and or equity and excellence don't go hand in hand. In fact, you really can't have excellence without equity and without access, is what I firmly believe. And I think JNU and HCU are both a testimony to that. Then I now request Nilanjana Gupta from Jadavpur University Teachers Association. She is the General Secretary.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to especially thank the previous speaker, because as far as I can make out from the list, I'm the only person from a state university speaking here today. Is that right? I think there's all the other institutions are central universities or institutions. And if you look at the statistics, obviously state universities constitute the major number, and also perhaps the most difficult situation, where we are not only under attack from the central government and the UGC, we are also under attack from our local state governments. And we have no money. They can barely pay our salaries, and already the West Bengal government is trying to introduce a bill which they've so far not been able to pass, where they've said that they have the right to they will have the right to determine the pay scale, the promotion policy, the penalties, of course, everything, all kinds of penalties. There doesn't need to be a complaint against any teacher. They can decide to institute an inquiry into any teacher for any reason whatsoever. And I've never seen a bill like this before. It also, so this was introduced in December, just about a month ago. And this also said that not only will all these rules and regulations, code of conduct, I mean anything you can think of is in there. Not only will all the college and university teachers be under this bill, this act, but everything that we will think of in future will also be covered by this act. So not only is it telling us what they've already thought of, but also what they're going to think of but haven't really thought about it yet is also covered under this act. So we are actually under tremendous pressure, and financially, of course, as I said, we still haven't got our arrears from the last pay commission. I mean, we're not even thinking about the, the 7th pay commission, etc., etc. I mean, we could go on and on about what the state universities face. Jadavpur University has been a target of this Mamata Trinamool government right from the day or even before she was elected. One of her first press conferences, she said in a public press conference that the people who brew up trouble are either Maoists or from Jadavpur University. And now she puts them all in the same bracket. Where one of the first times we went to meet the education minister, he said to me that, okay, so you're from Juta, do you know the kind of people who go to your meetings? So we said, yeah, and they're all our members and so on. He said, no, they're all Maoists. I said, no, everybody has to sign. If they're coming for a Juta GB, everyone has to sign, and there are only our teachers who are allowed there. No, you don't know, everything is Maoist. So Jadavpur University has always been a particular target for this particular government. But things came to a head, interestingly, around a gender issue, because I don't know how this is happening, and really if there's any opportunity to talk about this, but at least in Bengal, what the authorities have said is that after the new law on sexual harassment, the CG cash committees have all been dissolved. There are no elected representatives at all. There are no student representatives, and this has been something that teachers and students have been fighting about. But we are constantly being shown the UGC regulations. The Saksham has been overturned by a later regulation, etc., etc. So there was a case of a complaint by a student against another student, which had been sent to this now newly appointed committee, appointed by the administration, and they had done nothing about it for months. After a lot of protest by the students, they really bungled up, because as you can imagine, the authority chose people, none of the, I mean, Jadavpur is a lot of people from JU are part of this conference. A lot of them are on their way here and all that. None of those people who are interested in gender issues, who practice gender issues, were on the committee. These are absolute stooges who were on the committee. So obviously this was all messed up, and the students had been on a kind of rotating sit-in demonstration in front of the VC's office, and that had been going on, and that escalated. And then this was about 2 years ago, the Vice Chancellor called the police in the middle of the night and beat up the students. The students were sort of dragged and thrown into police vans, arrested, sent to Lal Bazar, and all that happened. This sparked off a huge movement known as the Hok Kolarov movement in Bengali, which means make a lot of noise, basically. It's the name of a popular song, and it became the slogan around which the students and teachers almost across the board combined together. And basically, it was not a joint movement in the sense that it was teachers and students working together, but it was more like a parallel movement, and this movement went on for about 6 months, during which and of course our chancellors are the governor, and the governor of course is this very RSS person. So as I said, we get it from both ways. We have a Trinamool government and we have a BJP governor, chancellor. So we are really stuck. So he kept telling us that the teachers are responsible because they are instigating and supporting the ill-disciplined students. Many of you may have seen, just like last year at Hyderabad Central University, the girl who got the best graduate degree refused to accept it from the hands of the chancellor and the vice chancellor at the convocation. She was threatened by the chancellor, and he announced that there would be an inquiry committee and she would be stripped of her degree and all that. So you can see that this movement went on for about 6 months, but the good thing was that the state government relented, and this vice chancellor, who was, terrible in every single way, was removed, was asked to resign by the chief minister, who turned up suddenly one evening on campus and told the vice chancellor that he had to resign. Now, partly, there are two reasons I'm telling this story. One is that this whole thing started around gender, But the backlash that we got a lot of support across the state and across the country, and even in campuses abroad where our students teach or are doing research, they all organize sort of solidarity with JU and everything. So it was a huge movement across for about 6 or 8 months. But the backlash that we got, at that point the backlash was largely from the Trinamool, was almost entirely sexist in nature. The kind of, there would be Facebook postings, photographs, posters targeting the girls of our university, and there would be, there would be these terribly written, but often in Bengali also, that what you need is the Nirbhaya treatment. Once you get that, you'll all keep quiet. There are professors were not left off either. Several of us women, you were talking about women professors, Juta also had huge, we organized sit-ins, and all kinds of things throughout. And quite often there would be photographs either on social media or in the mainstream media. And even the professors would be singled out, that somebody wearing maybe a shirt and a jeans or something like that, that how can this person be a professor? She's not even dressed properly. Who is she? Many of us used to get these kind of things on Facebook as well, and it was extremely sexist in the way in which this went on. So the entire movement in a way was also about gender, and it was about sex, and it was about patriarchy, even though we have a woman prime minister, chief minister. After that, things died down for a while, but then after the JNU incident, again, some of you may have seen this, there was this procession by students on campus, where they had, and it was a kind of non-banner procession, where one of the slogans that the students gave was Azadi, Azadi, thing, and including Kashmir Azadi, and our entire university was branded as anti-national. The BJP RSS promised to teach us a lesson, so they marched on our university last year around this time, and they said that they would beat up all teachers and students who have been proved to be anti-national. So we have been under this kind of actual attack for the last 2 years. The good thing about it is that so far we've actually managed to get rid of all these people who've been attacking us in some form or the other. And it's largely due to the way in which, when there's this attack, the students' elections are on the 25th. So the students are, of course, fighting the elections under their own banners. But one great thing that we've seen is when there's an attack, everyone has come together. People who are bitterly contesting the elections now, very vehemently, when there's an attack from any of these kind of forces, they've come together. I'd just like to end on one note, which is that there's been some talk, but I really think that we need to talk more about two things, the skill development things. I don't know whether any of you have actually seen that document or seen the kind of courses that come under the so-called skill development. I think there are 68 or something like that. Most of them are of the, you go and you pay some money, everyone has to pay initially, they're supposed to get the money back. Then they're given some kind of training. Most of them are training for, becoming a shop, assistant in a pantaloon or something like that, or maybe a security guard, or maybe a housekeeping assistant in a movie hall, Inox or things like that. This is mostly the courses are at that level. There's a lot of money going into that. These courses are conducted by private institutions largely. Whirlpool, for example, has it beautiful. I mean, Whirlpool is just one example. Almost all of them are doing this. They are taking money from the National Skill Development Council. They are training young boys to become, mechanics who will fix their machines, and they will then give them the certificate and get money from the government for actually training these mechanics. So I think that this skill development thing needs to be looked into, and to the online, the thrust towards online education, because I think this is part of an even larger conspiracy to get rid of the campus. The campuses don't need to exist. Campuses are the source of this kind of problem. Just get rid of the campus, get rid of the students, get rid of the teachers, and I think they will have the kind of India that they are dreaming of. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Nilanjana. And hats off to your university teachers and students, especially the students, I think, who spearheaded the struggle. And it is really the students who will make all the difference. Now I'd request Sarah Hilali from Rajiv Gandhi University.
A very good evening to everyone out here. I'm from Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar. But I'll profile something very different from all the struggles that they've been talking about. My struggle is pretty individual in a sense, because those kind of struggles really don't have a background there in those universities. So I'll tell you a very different kind of a story. Like here in the rest of the country, we think that the tribes are most disadvantaged. They are the most oppressed. But you go to the Northeast, I think that's a very different story there. And there are various layers of differentiation that is there. Suppose I belong to the state called Assam and I work in Arunachal. So I have a huge lot of disadvantage that I work under. And then when you're talking of Students Association, the most interesting thing is in Assam, a movement from 1979, a huge part of it was led by a student association known as ASU, and it's a supra organization. It's, more powerful than the government. Nowadays they've quietened down a bit. And I don't know about the other states like Nagaland or Mizoram. I won't be able to say much about it. Mizoram has the Young Mizo Association. But in Arunachal we have something called the APSU, or the All Arunachal Pradesh Students Union. So they are super powerful organizations. But again, their agenda is very, very limited. They would not go for any kind of social movement. Rather, when the elections happen, the elections just happened recently, it's almost like a election to any parliamentary body, maybe a Zilla Parishad or maybe an MP election. Most of the candidates are flaunted by their own communities, their clans, their politicians, and then they act almost like an opposition. And the worst thing is, as teachers, we do bear the brunt of their bullying tactics that are there. Suppose you go to, whenever there are certain instances of any kind of indiscipline within the university, as a teacher, and especially someone from outside, you just cannot be in a position where you can put your voice through. Because the first level would be the university association coming in and bullying you, and literally something, the intimidation gets to even physically harming you. And then the next level would be the All Arunachal Students Union. So there we work at a lot of disadvantage. And then there were the issues of patriarchy that were talked about in the morning, that yes, when we need to break everything, and even caste and all are all manifestations of patriarchy. So most of us have this impression that the entire Northeast is very egalitarian, women are very free, you move around and there are no restrictions on you. But I'd like to tell you, and particularly in Arunachal Pradesh, where still polygamy is practiced, it's a hugely patriarchal society. So there, whoever is in a position of power would not expect a woman to talk. Like you are good as somebody who's not speaking. So in that kind of a situation, one faces a lot of disadvantage as being from outside the institution and from outside the state itself. And then within the states, there is hardly any resistance that is built up. Students would not talk of any other issues beyond their own things like their stipends and something else. They would not at all talk about even needs like, basic if there's no water in the university, they won't talk about that. The bus facilities, or if there's any problem on that, they really won't talk about it. They will just go about, like if somebody asks them, and I think it's a problem in the Northeast which is happening is, this is very specific to Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh, that the only job of the Students Association in the university seems to be to throw out VCs. According to them, a VC has to be within a certain threshold. Even if the teachers are implicated in it, the teachers would probably not go out. They would push the students' union to get into a mold where they would physically intimidate the person and then go for the legal strategies. And in that kind of a case, we find that it's very difficult to kind of negotiate these kinds of pressures that are there. So therefore, we do not have any kind of sustained movement. And the best thing is, they'll be waiting for FedCuta to work for them and get the advantages. They're not ready to take part in any of these associations. In fact, the association of my university does not even pay the fees. And they're ready, and whatever FedCuta is fighting for us, if we get these facilities and benefits, they're ready to take that. And as an individual, as a woman, I did face a lot of problems. Firstly, because I speak. And the second thing was because I decided, there was a vice chancellor who was who had done some nepotism and had spoken out against it. So that seemed to be one of the major factors for which even the VC was ready to instigate one of my colleagues with whom I had an argument, a young colleague who was an ex-student, to even put an FIR against me to be arrested. And those were very struggling times, and when you have the whole entire administration against you, then the best thing is an RTI, first stage they won't give you, second stage it will go to the RTI commissioner. In fact, I had an RTI file in 13, and the RTI reply came now, and they've asked for a 1 month kind of time, but the university is still not responded. So probably they would like to go for the hearing, and then they might give it. So these are the kind of struggles that we face in the Northeast, in some universities. I think it's pretty rampant in some universities. So these are different kinds of realities that we face. And another thing is, for the UGC to bully these universities is very easy, because there's no teachers association, not as powerful, they're not ready to stand up for anything. And when there are some misuses of funds and all, so it's very easy for the university to tighten the reins. They are the ones who go forward to introduce the CBCS or maybe the flag or anything of that sort. And after the Sixth Pay Commission, I think when they started this API system, and I don't know about other universities, but I've seen in my university how this has been manipulated, and we have the maximum number of professors there, where apparently it seems the API is there to stop us. So these kinds of manipulations do happen, and as those citizens who are non-tax paying and we are taxpayers, it really pinches us in a kind of a way. So I think these are the different kind of struggles that we face here, and I would have thought that amidst all that's being said about the kind of struggles we are facing and the kind of oppression and suppression we are facing, we have a different marginal kind of issue out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So that, story is not always... Okay, I'll do that. I'll request members of the audience not to speak while the speakers are speaking. Right. Now, so there's a different kind of story that we see here. So I think all of us have to realize that it's not always that the union is in the hands of people who are actually fighting for what is right. And the struggle to get to represent the union itself is another story. So, and we've all faced these situations where the unions have gone into wrong hands, because we are part of that society. We have all kinds of people among us. And when it goes, and the authorities will be trying to put in place people like that, the authorities actually use all their official powers. They, arm twist, teachers and ad hoc teachers and so on in our college, in our university, for example. I'll just give it to you. So that itself is a struggle. Sarah was an elected representative at one point of time in her university. So these struggles are at all levels that they're going on. And, we've had unions sometimes playing the most disruptive role in disrupting the unity of all the teachers' movements. Like the FedCuta was paralyzed for about 4 years because, in fact, my own association didn't play a very good role. My own means that the Duta at that time in actually forging that unity and keeping it intact, because we were split. Kapil Sibal managed to break the unity of teachers for some time, and actually used a lot of ad hoc teachers also to come and demonstrate against the DUTA, lock the doors and close us in and attack us in different ways. So it's not so simple, that as we, of course, we don't have the time to discuss all of that. Sarah wants to add something.
I just forgotten. We don't have an election per se in our university. We have a selection. and it has to be from the dominant tribe.
Okay, so these are everyday struggles, huh? And now we go on to Afifa Cholaseri, research scholar and activist, Calicut University. And I'd request all speakers to try and stick to the 10-minute limit.
Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you, Chair and the organizers, for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this eminent platform. With no much introduction and philosophical thought, let me share a few of the experiences that we had at Calicut University. As you all know, Calicut University is the largest and the most affiliated colleges in Kerala, formed to nurture the education for the minority group, especially in the northern part of Kerala, which form the northern part of Kerala, and a university. This was the condition about 48 years back. Now we have 90% of female students in this university, but the system now has a bit of deficiencies, which actually accumulates lot of struggles for the past, especially for the past few years. Few of the major struggles were the female students were not only the participants, but they took up the leadership. I have put on some of the presentation here so that my words, more than my words, I think these pictures speak a lot. One among the major struggle was against this lack of insecurity in the hostel and the infrastructure and facilities for the ladies or the female students, and these struggles were participated by the female students, and for 48 hours they blocked the vice chancellor of the university, and at last the district collector had to come up for the compromise. And as an impact of the struggle, there was a refining in the entire security system and of course the facility system for the ladies hostel. But another side was that around 69 female students, a case were filed against 69 female students, and when this came in front of the magistrate, the verdict went like this: the strikes and slogans are part of the institutions or educational institution, and it is the right of the students. All are acquitted. So that was a great, one of the great achievements, and it was the first time in the history of Calicut University a feministic movement took place. Another part was, like, we all know that universities are actually the hub of research, where reasoning and critical thinking has become is a major part of the educational system. When that is being hampered actually by a punching system, especially for the research scholars, the university puts forward an order saying that a punching system should be introduced, where the research scholars are supposed to do their research work only from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., which was actually against the entire ethics of research, because research cannot be, we all know that it is a 24/7. Research is something like that. And of course, we cannot spontaneously say that chemical reactions can take place only in the particular period of 9 to 5 p.m. or for any social science student, a spark of research can come only in between the time of 9:30 to 5 p.m. So a big havoc of struggle took place, when many of the research scholars opposed this order. What happened was, like, for around 8 months, the fellowship grants were not released for these students, and the first movement was like all the research scholars went down to the street and they started begging, and their slogan was like, "We are not beggars, these are our rights." And within 2 weeks, the entire grant was released. But on another phase, the various orders and the system became more crucial for the scholars, and they had to take up another struggle, which was called as the Occupy Library struggle, where the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. working library was occupied by the research scholars, and 24 hours, for around 16 days, 24 hours the library was working. And when the police came to arrest the students,
they were actually in a standstill position because there was no violence and there was no destruction in the library. Actually, the research scholars were doing research work or reading. So that was another great moment for Calicut University. Another one was like, these all struggles were mainly influenced by the other universities like HCU, JNU. Their creative thoughts have always influenced our struggles. Another major struggle was called the White Rose 2. Similar to the White Rose 1, which was in 1942 by the students of University of Munich, which was against the Nazi system and Hitler itself. We actually considered our Vice Chancellor as a Hitler because he had a similar attitude of autocratic attitude, and we took up another struggle which was White Rose 2, which is against all the parameters that was brought for in front of the research work or the research scholars. Not only the punching system, many other orders were also about where the entire constraints were there for a research scholar to move forward for research. Another major struggle was 147-day long hunger strike, which was against, which was for the protecting the public education, where 70% participation was from the female students, where even female students took part for 11 days long hunger strike. This is the first time in an educational institution 147 days long hunger strike is being taken, and that too 70% female students took part in it. Of course, this was actually a festival of resistance for the entire university. Of course, these are few of the major struggles. We know that even our this last panel speaker, Omar, told about the police station being fixed up in a campus. We too had a 2 months long police camp. It was actually the entire academic culture was destroyed by the police influence itself. Another thing was like even the bookshop was closed. It was the entire environment for research and entire environment for education was closed down by such a autocratic rule. Even the few speakers earlier spoke about the institutional murder of the student Jishnu. These all are part of this autocratic rule. Not taking much of the time, we all know that all these struggles are part of undemocratic living conditions that cause various crises. All these are a part of refining the system. It is not to a particular institution, it's not to a particular person we are pointing out. It's the institutional system that has been highly degraded. And of course, these voices are reasoning. The voices of reasoning are always, provoked by the neoliberal thoughts. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much. That was really amazing, and those pictures were lovely. And I wish some of us had brought our pictures also here. Really, it was inspiring agitation by the students of Calicut University. Now we have Harishankar Nachimuthu, student and activist, FTII.
Actually, I was very excited to have a bigger crowd and especially students. Now it looks strange here. But this also become very serious, and also after curd rice, I think people have become... so let me tell a interesting thing what had happened in our campus, for fun and also to put things in the perspective. As you all know, I don't want to repeat 139 days and FTI Mahabharat and all that stuff. You all, I think, now this is a very this crowd at least should be knowing whatever have happened. So after that, it's been almost a year, and during the strike also, we always used to joke amongst ourselves that we should screen our chairman's films, like essentially like all our chairman's films, right from Mahabharat to Kuli Kidiki and all these things. So, but we never had an opportunity and the guts also because we wanted to be politically correct, so we never did that. But the administration themselves came with a very fantastic idea of having a Mahabharat film festival. Yeah, they really did it. And there was Talapati, Peter Brook's Mahabharat was also there. I went to see that. But unfortunately I had a shoot, so I couldn't go for my chairman's film. So what had happened, that was actually the time also when the national anthem was made compulsory. So they made a DCP, like digital cinema projection, what we call, like to project the national anthem. So that was the first, so a historical event happened in our campus very recently. So when also, during the strike also the entire episode, one thing which was continuously troubling me and a lot of other people was the entire issue being reduced to just Gajendra Chauhan or the kind of films what you have made, or one more argument about this merit thing which came up, and associated with that also coming this idea of a very niche elite institution or a kind of a jingoistic institutional pride, like BJP and RSS has jingoistic nationalistic pride. Like that, it could be misunderstood that we like JNU or HCU, or like when you say JNU mein nahi ho sakta hai, FTI mein nahi ho sakta hai. So actually we were completely unaware that that image was also being projected by us initially, because we are not a seasoned political, though we are political otherwise, like with our work and like thought, but organized politics like in JNU, we are not of that kind. Like even I was a president of Students Association. So in the struggle also, I was also leading, but we were never I was never part of an organization. We ran independently. So through the struggle only we learned a lot of things how to, because it's again like 2-3 days after the struggle, like entire national media was there. None of us knew what to speak. I never spoke because when I speak Hindi also people think I'm speaking Tamil. When I speak English also people think I'm speaking, so I never spoke. There were people to speak. So this was happening. So let me clear, it was never, at least I can speak for my comrades from the institute who were like in the front of the struggle. It was never about the institutional pride or about morality or about, because him doing B-grade films is none of our business. It is absolutely fine if other people can do. For me, like there is no difference between Sari Ke Fall Se and porn. So it doesn't matter, like it's both the same. Like the impact, what it does is actually the more. So it was actually not even about Gajendra Chauhan, because I've never met that person at all. Like I really want to meet him, but never got the opportunity. It is actually what had happened after Gajendra Chauhan has been appointed. He never came to the campus, and there was only one instance where he came to the campus. We were all taken to the police station so that he could enter, and like all the tamasha happened. So after that, he never came to the campus. I don't think so he knew anything except for our names. What had happened is that all these people in Bombay, our own seniors, who actually, that's what I told, it was never about institution pride, or even, it is not even about this feudal relationship, what we might misunderstand of our institute being like the seniors going out from this institute, like having that kind of patronage over the institute. What has happened is that actually it's the who we can understand as our own people, our own seniors who are sitting in Bombay and not competent enough to work. These people have always been sarkari knockers, like they will get some kind of money from government to run a photography exhibition, or like they will be the people who will be involved in getting the equipments for the governments, or like they may, all these things they will do. So the same people in the name of Graffiti, Bombay Graffiti. Graffiti is this graduates of FTI, they wanted a fancy name, that's why they kept it as Graffiti. So these people have always tried to come inside the campus, but unfortunately because of because of some kind of resistance from the students, and also some kind of the quality which has been maintained in terms of teaching, apart from having a degree or just being an FTI student. Now all these people have lobbied with the government. So that is what has happened. And let it be Jaitley or now Venkaiah Naidu, who is the INB minister. So these people have directly lobbied with the ministry, directly lobbied with the administratives, IAS officers and the director. So all of these people together, what they have done is, what they have been pushing for long is three things which happened during Congress period also, which is, there was this group named Hewitt Associates, Gurgaon-based company, came in the garb of modernizing the campus, glass panel windows and like all the other things. They thought, they were telling us that you'll have better canteen, this, that. So but essentially what they were trying for was PPP, public-private partnership. So that is what they're trying for a long time, because FTI, the land itself, not just the government, right from Subhash Ghai, all these people have been eyeing that land. It's a gold mine. Like just the real estate value of it must be around 1,000. If I'm very bad at these things, must be minimum 1,000 crores. So all these people have been eyeing that land itself. So this also is an opportunity for the government. One thing is that, as we all know, and we are standing in a state where I don't need to illustrate the power of cinema. Like we have given the entire state to the cinema people. So that's as such the power of cinema. They also know, because if you guys. Bahubali's director and the hero, everybody. Like I think that is the idea of BJP's India, what they want to propagate. Like you must, if you guys had the golden opportunity of seeing that film, you must remember there is a scene where somebody is going to cut that buffalo, and like this guy stops and he takes his own blood and throws it in the eyes of, like in this tilak of the deity. So what I'm trying to say is that when at one end this film is being given national award, at the other end the INB ministry is spending money for films which have been selected to Cannes and Oscars. So what it actually tries to say, like if I understand, it is also, as we always say, that this is not just Sanghi government, this is capitalist neoliberal Sanghi. So that's a combination of everything. So the attack is from everywhere. So that's why it is becoming also tough where to resist and what to resist. So at one end, these people will tell your film should go global and you guys should be competitive and other things. At another end, you will give national award to films like Bahubali, which is already have earned 600, 700 crores. And you're again giving awards for the film. And this is what they have done. But apart from that, this filmmaking education in general and the idea of films, how it's been perceived, like as we all know, India, like even I don't say like outside I practice films because people don't take me seriously. That's one thing. Like other academia, like if somebody will go and say like I'm PhD in economics or like social science, there's I think some kind of respect. If I go and say that I'm pursuing direction, that too at 28 years old, people don't take me serious because they think anybody can make films, and that has been the state of affairs till now, and that is how this filmmaking has been used. But let me say an incident which has happened long ago. There was this minister, propaganda minister named Goebbels during Nazi era. So he was very cunning and like smart. So he wanted to have everything in Germany, like, and to use it for Hitler's propaganda. So he writes this letter to Eisenstein. Sergei Eisenstein was one of the pioneers of Soviet cinema, and he has also shown a way for us in terms of montage and like angles, like not just Soviet cinema and left ideology alone. Also for the practice of filmmaking, seriously, he had shown us the way. So he writes a letter to Eisenstein. He sees this film, Battleship Potemkin, and he is blown away. So he writes this letter to Eisenstein telling that your film is fantastic and like we want our guys also to learn such crafts so that we can do the... And somebody from Nazi propaganda minister writing a letter to Soviet filmmaker. And that was Stalin's period also. He's writing a letter to... So then Eisenstein writes back. He, with all humility, writes, "Dear Goebbels," and like all the sugary words he writes and tells that even if I teach this craft, you guys won't be able to make a film like Battleship Potemkin, because he tells it's not the craft, it's the idea, it's the ideology, it's the humanitarian vision what we come up with. It's not what the craft you can practice with. So this is the kind of values, and this is the kind of educational rigor what we also try to practice in FTI. One more thing, like recent developments, as Umar also have told that about this Maharashtra Seva Dal, there is this uniformed security force like Central Reserve Police and like Industrial Force. They have been employed from January 1st in our campus. So they have machine guns in their hand. So initially it was also but scary, but now I think they will also know about the campus. Like we have not changed. So no, we are, what? No, now they are having a taste. Like of course they will also understand. And also academic council, we were voting members. Like the academic council is the body which takes majority decisions in terms of syllabus and like policy level things. So president and general secretary of the Students Association have been voting members, and we could have our voice raised. But now the new amendment they have passed in the governing council that both the student representatives cannot be part of any discussion on syllabus, disciplinary issues, academic issues, and policy level decisions. So that has been already done. And individual victimization cases, like lot, that's been like, still we, almost 37 of us have court cases running on us. And like, of course, I've had one opportunity to go to some European country, and that has also been spoiled. Like, not just a lot of people's scholarships has been stopped. But I think these are very, these things we knew when we took up that struggle. These are things which we knew. This is not a problem. Actually, I see it as a blessing in disguise, because let me be honest here, like we as a community, as a filmmaking community, and also inside FTI also, we have been kind of what you can call like a cocoon. Like it's kind of a island, because we were what we are. Like there was nothing like when I was a child in school, they taught me Jadigali Layadi Papa. Bharati, one of the poets I really respect and admire. It does mean that in Tamil that there is no caste. So I was also quite convinced about it till I reached a point and like read Periyar and came to certain places and just realized. So like that, inside FTI also we were poetic. We were like, everything was there, like no caste, nothing, no barriers, because we don't, it doesn't exist like that. But suddenly when such a struggle, when such an attack comes, it is also an eye-opener for us that if the entire country is suffering, why not us join the struggle? Like that's how it started. But again, after that, there have been a lot of growth in terms of how we see the things, and like now there is no option. As we all know, if you all know that in Iran, actually the state of cinema before the Islamic revolution was worse than Bollywood. But after that, what had happened, like how the state became very, very, very regressive, but their cinema became one of the most meaningful and like progressive and like actually the enriching cinema of the world. So like that, I see this opportunity for so-called artists, because I'm scared to use that word, it's being misunderstood. Artists, poets, filmmakers, everybody who have been, in a way, not being engaging with people and like other, there is no choice to be political now, but to be political. So that's how I see this thing. And I just end this quotation of Franz Fanon. Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. I have chose to betray it, and like, Inqilab Zindabad.
Thank you very much, Adi Shankar. We've been watching in amazement, and this was in this latest round of struggles and attacks on institutions. I think yours was the first, and in some of your demonstrations in Delhi, some of us also took part, but I mean, really you have, it's been amazing. And probably you're right, I mean, art grows in adversity, and it will grow, there's no doubt about it, but we are with you. It's not a coincidence that they picked up this chap who's, they need very, very mediocre people. They could have got other right-wing people to head the institution, but immediately after they crushed the movement, they were able to push through everything that they wanted, the semester system, I think, right? And then the CBCS, and, this PPP. Short-term courses, the whole jing-bang lot of these things. So we understand exactly, where we've been through. I will talk about our experiences a little later. So yes, that was great listening to you firsthand. Now I'd request Medha, student activist from Pondicherry University.
Good evening. I'm coming from an institution which is in its early stages in many aspects. So I'll briefly talk about our struggle and also what we lack and why we lack. Being an integrated PG student, I've been there for the past 5 years. So I could witness many changes in the university. So when I joined in 2012, the university was very apolitical. There was not many, there was no organizations, like very few scattered voices, like organizations was there in the university. So in 2012, so there was very few gatherings. The gatherings were maybe for regional festivals, maybe religious reasons. That's it. There was no, campus was completely apolitical. And questioning the administration was unimaginable that time. We were just out of our +2, and we didn't have many groomers to look at and understand, okay, this is how we question the the administration and all. And so the environment, it was, what happened was, the strike in 2015 to get rid of this vice chancellor that made a very drastic change in our institution. So the strike was very similar to what happened in Calicut University. It's just that we had the Lady Hitler. The strike was, it was very easy to mobilize people. Our university was very passive one, as I told before. It was very easy to mobilize students because our faculty started the strike. So they were all comfortable. So while campaigning to come into the strike, we could tell, okay, your teachers are there, so you come out. So they were all happy to come out because the teachers are there. So okay, you'll get a good impression also. And so it was our own friends. It was before it was very difficult to mobilize our own friends because it was, as I told, there was no political parties or anything in the university. So our 14 days of struggle was no easy, but we could remain in our comfortable positions because our life was not threatened. We could have good food in mess, not good food in mess, we could have food in mess. We had teacher support, everything. And it was the same time when the FTI strike was going on. And also, we call the movement as Pondicherry University Students Movement. Then there was a platform for us to talk, to understand, okay, these are our rights, we should demand our rights. We got a platform there. So slowly the campus started becoming active with political parties. There was many political organizations after the strike. And we understood that what could unity of the students could do, how the unity of the students could, how organization could help us question the administration. But also after the Vice Chancellor was thrown off the university, the administration, what happened was the teachers who was with us, supporting us in our struggle, became the administrators then. But then also, what happened was, they started, when they got power with them, they started behaving just like our old Vice Chancellor. And we have all in charges now. We have Vice Chancellor in charge, we have Registrar in charge, we have Financial Officer in charge. So all these in charges are now in charge of making students suffer. And again, one thing is that still questioning the administration is not a norm in our university now. We can't just, now we keep getting circulars like unauthorized gathering is prohibited, and we have a moral policing crew in our university consisting of a librarian, our deans of the university, deans of different schools. They come in cars and look at where are the PG students, the grown-up PG students are peeping, what are they doing? See, as I was telling, the questioning the administration has not become a norm now. It's still not a norm. It's the political parties are also just looking forward for the elections. That's all. So this is why this is happening, because only if I know what are my rights, then only I can demand it, right? So we don't have our curriculum or our system of education doesn't have a platform to teach us what are rights. Our classrooms never taught us. So and also we don't have a common space to understand what are our rights. Maybe that's why our university is very much passive. And so when we don't understand when we don't understand our own right, and there is no probability of resisting the injustice. We don't see the injustice if we don't understand our own rights. And also, after 2012, our fees hiked by 300%. Our seniors were paying 16 rupees per credit, and now we are paying 6,000 rupees per semester. So all these, all of us see all this, but organizing students for resisting against this is very difficult. And also this increase in 300% hike in the fees has filtered a group of students to come into the institution. And so that has also created the university's ambience as a space for only middle class students. So who are very comfortable in not looking into others' problems or not understanding their own rights. So what I was telling is, the struggles in JNU, HCU, everything, all the struggles have made us, those was the struggles which made us think, okay, we have to look, we have to do, we are the students, and we are supposed to raise our voice against all this, against administrators who are not giving us our own rights. So, so now when the fascism and capitalism that control the state has also started controlling our institutions, the only ways to resist the injustice, and we know that the intervention of neoliberalism has, we have witnessed, on the past 25 years of neoliberalism, we have witnessed lakhs of farmer suicides. Now the intervention of neoliberalism in the institutions, we've been seeing student suicides. We can't keep looking at it. The only way is resisting. So I think struggles are the lifeblood of the campuses, and I hope my own university and all other universities who are little passive will start resisting in maybe in a better way in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Medha. So there is a case when the oppressed has become the oppressor, according to what we've heard. I must apologize to you on behalf of the FedCuta if one of our units is not standing by the students. And we were part of that struggle in the sense that we also had some action programs in Delhi. And then at some time, I think the secretary resigned from, I don't know, Dr. Reddy. He resigned from his office there. I don't know why he did. He never told me. Maybe this is the reason. We have to figure out what's happening because they didn't come for the last FedCuta meeting. Okay. So anyway, keep up the struggle as, we have to, I hope the teachers will start, at least some teachers will start supporting you. Satrupa Chakravarti from Jawaharlal Nehru University.
I thank the chair and the organizers to give me the opportunity to come here. I sincerely congratulate the organizers to have organized this pre-colloquium, having this diverse representation in each panel. This particular panel is actually representing the student movements and teachers movement of all across the country, which we have seen in recent past. So I sincerely extend my congratulations to you. I would like to start with few of the points that we have seen as problematic aspects of the new education policy, because much of the struggles that we are fighting today is actually coming as the reasons that such policies are being pushed through in different universities and in higher education in general, that we are raising our demands and we are building our struggles. So 4 or 5 points that are problematic about the new education policy, which we call as a national exclusionary policy. So one is, of course, the way they are facilitating privatization in higher education by complete withdrawal of state in both school and higher education. Secondly, it's actually creating a sharp demarcation, sharp divide between the rich and the poor. And there is a growing inequality on the basis of caste, class, religion, gender, etc. The third is, of course, when we are talking about education, there is a vision, there is a goal that we are talking about education. But the education, the way the new education policy is kind of pushing through, is actually completely giving up the goal of education as a tool of social transformation. The fourth is, of course, again, a very narrow and elitist understanding of excellence. So now we are thrown with these words that, Center for Excellence, this, that. What are the Center for Excellence all about? We are actually, we are pushed through with some agenda which is basically excluding a large section of students who are genuinely interested in pursuing higher education in different universities. They are introducing different levels of evaluation. Now, if you want to go for research, one level of evaluation is not enough. There are like multiple level of evaluation to even make it to the to any universities. Fifth is also this understanding of centralized syllabus, because we know that each universities have its own unique understanding, and based on that they frame their syllabus, etc. But this is also to frame it in a uniform manner, so that if you want to have a certain different kind of curriculum, you will not be able to do it in your particular institute. And then skill-based education and so on and so forth. I would like to bring into this context of the recent UGC gadget which has come, May 5th, 2016 UGC gadget, which we are fighting today in JNU, but I don't think that this is only a problem about JNU, because it's going to affect drastically each and every student and teachers who are working in different universities. Now, what are the regulations? What are the clauses of this kind of regulation which is being pushed through? One of the speakers in the beginning, in the first session, said that though it was not passed, but there are attempts to kind of push through the new education policy in certain way or the other. And these gadgets, these regulations which are coming today, is actually the result of this idea of new education policy. The UGC gadget says that there will be 2 stages of examination, written and viva. Our university and some other universities also have interpreted it in a way that the written will be only the qualifying exam and the viva will be the sole determinant for anyone's selection. Now, as I think Rama was pointing out, that a certain exercise has been done in JNU, which has completely shown that how in viva there are subjective bias, there are discrimination. We have identified, at least after long years of struggles, now in various universities, various higher educational institutions, we are at least recognizing the fact that there are structural discriminations, and these discriminations are being practiced in different higher educational, premier educational institutions also. The second aspect of it is the number of students which will be enrolled under each faculty has a specific number. Like for example, for MPhil you have 3 and for PhD you have 8. By looking at the conditions and looking at the practical aspects of how things are in our universities, in our country, many of the universities are running their departments with only ad hoc faculties, with only the guest faculties, but UGC is pushing through this agenda that the students will, the faculty members will be having only this specified number of students. Not only that, there are also added criteria of you have to have a certain number of referee journal, etc. What are we effectively doing? That even if some students make it to a university, just because that the faculties are filled, the faculty doesn't have any vacancy under him or her, the student will not be getting admitted. And that is what the JNU, we have had an analysis of what is the structure of different centers of JNU, and we have seen that, if this UGC gadget gets implemented, then in coming many years, there won't be any admission in many of the centers. So, nothing can be as bad as that, the students, there are only few, less than 5% of students who actually come to higher education. And even those 5%, less than 5% of people, you are just completely undertaking certain policy which will be of exclusionary kind, is actually a matter of worry. Not only that, there are different other things that, right at the beginning, what you will be asked in the examination, in the viva, that will be specified. Methodology which students actually learn through their coursework and so on. Those things have to be, those things will be asked in the viva previously. Now, of course, as I think Rama was pointing out that, the people who are actually today making the policy for our higher education, they might be having different other interests or relation with something else, but certainly not with education of this country, because it's going in a very poor direction. Now, some of the questions that Dr. Chirashri was pointing out while opening the session, opening the pre-colloquium, that fund cuts in public sector, then how the attacks are happening in democratic spaces and on different identities and so on. So in JNU specifically, we have seen many things. The JNU struggle is not only of the last year's struggle, it has historically fought a lot of struggles. But interestingly, after the BJP-led government came, we have been receiving a multi-prone attack from different levels. Now, what are these attacks all about? I would go a little back before 9th February, I'll come to it later. Last year, I remember that we have started a struggle, Occupy UGC movement, with a demand that our non-net scholarship should not be stopped, and secondly, the amount should be increased. Now, UGC before that had a meeting, and the title of the meeting, the agenda of the meeting was to enhance non-net scholarship. But in the same meeting, that scholarship has been scrapped. So you can understand that how the UGC is not at one hand facilitating any resources, any infrastructure for higher education, for research. On the other hand, they are actually taking some of these policies which are completely destroying the higher education of our country. Coming back to some of the attacks that we are facing in JNU. So 9th February incident, after which JNU was famous or infamous, whatever, has become. What are the questions basically which was raised in 9th February, after 9th February incident, by the government and those forces who are allied to the government? They were raising the question of who raised the slogan, what kind of slogan, etc. While our question was, should university not be a place where a culture of debate and discussion should prevail? What is wrong in asking or debating over the question of capital punishment? If the universities do not really talk and debate on these questions, then what are the places where actually we can go and raise these questions, if not universities? So the idea of completely stopping anybody to raise any kind of question, to have any dissent, to speak anything freely is being completely curbed, and we have seen it after 9th February incident very vividly, that how the government was trying to project an university, an anti-national place, which they have done for all these universities, of which the representatives are present today. Because probably these universities are raising certain important questions, and those are also the questions which also engage or encourage a kind of critical thinking, which becomes a severe threat for the ruling class, so to say. Secondly, Dr. Chirashu was mentioning about the HPU movement, about Nobel and all. So, we have seen in the recent past as how the elected bodies and the election became a threat for the state, and therefore there have been consistent efforts to ban election, to to dismantle all these representative elected bodies. So I'm not going into the detail of how an election is required, but I think our movements have to be directed on specific agenda, and some of the struggles that we are building today has to be on a specific question of, when we are saying that, there are social discrimination, there are gender discrimination, there are discrimination on the basis of religion, then we must also popularize our demand of instituting institutional mechanism to combat all of this. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Satrupa, and for enlightening us about the current situation, where, in addition to what you've told us, we believe that the functioning of the statutory bodies has been completely subverted, and the way in which, there is, that even addressing a public meeting has become a crime, and teachers are also being targeted. But JNU is fighting back, and I hope that the struggle continues and we can also join you. Now I'd request Yogesh from the Ambedkar Periyar Study Circle, IIT Madras.
The Ambedkar Periyar Study Circle, directly coming from protest. So my voice may not be audible to you, but today we are talking about struggles of students in higher education institutions. So we try to give a very lively example with you I would like to share. Even though my throat is not good, please assume that my words are coming from my heart. That's very important, okay? And you know that when Ambedkar Periyar Study Circle was banned, who are all supported Ambedkar Periyar Study Circle? Definitely not many from within the institute. Many people outside Tamil Nadu are supporting this movement. It is not within the academia. So only when people are put solidarity to us, this protest went viral along across the country. So if we want to say you want to protect higher education, do we need to take this to people or not? We have to take our demand and everything to people, say for like common masses. Every year, throughout the month, we are talking about new education policies. We put many research papers. We put many consultations. Finally, we arrive at a conclusion that if we want to realize the impact of new education policy, we have to form a coalition. That coalition should be like peasants. That coalition should be like workers. It's like students and it's like common masses. Okay, then how can we make to aware about new education policy to people? Is there any example? I would like to give one example. Take for example demonetization. In university, 80% of the working force are contract laborers. When November 8 demonetization was announced, for the last 3 months, contract workers in the education system, they are not paid salary. Who will address this issue? Under whose domain this problem comes into? We say that our education system should be for common mass. How can I convey to the security person that this place is for you? But you say that this common mass and academia is highly untangled. How to combine them in order to protest against this saffronization and imperial forces. So the main agenda of my particular talk is APSC would like to dissolve in the dialectics of protest polity. What we need is today is dialectics of protest polity. So I would like to give example for that particular thing. So I told you that I'm straight away coming from protest ground. What sort of protest going in Tamil Nadu today? You know that this is the thing. More than 10 lakh people are gathering in Marina Beach to save their culture. They say they want to hold Jallikattu. And within academia, we have many opinion about Jallikattu. Jallikattu falls within like feudal norms. Jallikattu is within like caste hegemony is there, definitely. Yes, it is. But all of this sudden huge mass, like 10 lakh people are protesting for Jallikattu. Why in this year alone? Jallikattu was banned in 2014. Why not this huge gathering not happened in 2015? Why not in 2016? Why now? We have to answer. The answer does not lie within the domain of Jallikattu, but it is the culminative effect of LPG policies, liberalization, privatization, globalization policies. This time in Tamil Nadu, thousands of farmers are suffering like anything. Among that, more than 200 farmers are committed suicide. From November onwards, every day, almost 2 farmers are committed suicide. And there is no help from bureaucracy. There is no help from state legislative. There is no help from Supreme Court. So even they want to make tussle between Kaveri, Karnataka people and Tamil people. And you know that in Karnataka people, they said that we don't have water, we are giving water to Bengaluru. Bengaluru means what was there within Bengaluru? Special economic zone. Bengaluru means privatization. Bengaluru means liberalization. Even water is not there for Karnataka people. Is it not an effect of liberalization? Do we think that this is a problem alone with the state? Why I am all talking about this? In the name of supporting Jallikattu, people are raising these issues. Save farmers, save farmers. Farmers are dying due to heart attack. Save farmers, save farmers. Who is the reason for farmers' suicide? It's none other than Modi government. This voice is coming from common masses. Not only that, I am saying that for the last 3 days, many people, young children, students, like women, today this meeting was conducted by Indian Association for Women's Studies. I thank you that. But you have to see that palpable evidences. The gathering of women in this protest, like Jallikattu, was amazing. So women from all sectors, irrespective of caste, gender, greed, all are coming and protesting for this. And they can keep name like Jallikattu. But within that, many issues are erupting and boiling and coming into the forefront to attack this existing, to destroy this parasite democracy. It's really amazing. In fact, we APSC didn't expect. We cannot sit and talk about within university for the last 3 days or within the institution. We are trying to reach the people and we are trying to concerning what people are actually talking. We are trying to learn from people things. Say for example, in today's conference, students are coming and sitting. Why? I think there may be a compulsion because we are conducting seminar in this in our institution. You have to come with proper uniform and you have to listen all these talks. Maybe it is boring to them. Let me put it in reverse way. Let us hear what they are actually demonstrating. If we want to see what students are talking, come and see in Marina Beach. 8th standard student, 5th standard student, 4th standard student, they are coming and they are showing their solidarity. They want to say that we want to save Tamil culture and other things. What do you mean by Tamil culture? It is not something like Tamil chauvinism. In fact, there are a lot of debates are going on that. But APSC understood that Tamil culture means anti-Brahminical character. This anti-Brahminical character, because of that, this Saffronation group is always suffering. They cannot enter into Tamil Nadu. I can put one example. Say, for example, from couplet says, one of the couplet written by Thiruvalluvar says, Pirapakkum ella uirkum. All are equal, irrespective of human. Anything has living body is equal. Kural says. But Gita says, Chadurvarnam Maya system. I only devised this four varna. How come this is possible? How come this is Hindutva policy will become powerful in Tamil Nadu? Not at all possible, because people are aware that Pirapakkum ella uirkum. This anti-Brahminical character cannot be defeated by saffronization group. We say this is Tamil culture. Not like a Jallikattu and other thing. In fact, people want to do Jallikattu or not. This is within our issue. We can decide whether we want to hold or not. But why this BJP government want to saffronize everything? They want to say that Pongal is like Hindutva. No. In Tamil Nadu, Muslims are doing Pongal. Christians are doing Pongal. How can you put this thing? This is the right time to tell rest of the India, saying that if we want to defeat this Brahminical thing, we have to formulate how to destroy this Brahminism out of this country. We should follow at least from this fertile ground. Here this anti-Brahminical protest is fertile even today. Starting from Chitta's tradition, starting from Charuvaga's tradition, starting from like Periyar's movement, Vallala's movement. Here I am not talking about like Nastikam. Even people are believing in God, but they are not believing Veda. In fact, that is known as Natigam. So here in Tamil Nadu, students are talking about that. Say for example, one of the slogan I would like to share with you. They say that saffron is not our color, saffron is not our color. Black is our color, black is our color. This slogan is coming from student side. So APSC is keenly watching these sides of slogan from common masses. And another thing is that for the last 2 years, communalization across the country was heavy. Even if any person is there, he is Muslim, he is Hindu. But in Tamil Nadu, what you can say, Hindu or Muslim? Yesterday you see that many Muslim people are coming. In fact, talking like this is not correct. Many Tamil people are coming. Many working class people are coming. So many people, they come and regulate themselves. They are organized themselves. They are protesting against this BJP government. That is just amazing. If you read this EPW article by Pandian, Pandian put this as a research topic. Why in Tamil Nadu many Muslim people are behind Periyar? This was a research topic by many social scientists. Why people like Kundrakudi was behind Periyar? This was a question and research extensively by Pandian. You can read many EPW articles. Similarly, yesterday for the last 3 days, more than 10 lakh people are protesting. Many Muslim people are there, and they are taking pride in participating against this saffronism in this country. And you know that the reasons are demonetization is one thing, and destroying culture is another thing, and educational rights are fade away due to implementing this new education policy. People are aware that. At the same time, we have to see the other corner also. Privatization has been attacked every corner. We are talking about consumerism. Each people not bothering about other things. Yes, it was there. Students are addicted to consumer culture. But I would like to show you one evidence to the audience. This is the picture. Here you can see that one place is completely empty, another place is filled with people. This is Marina Beach and this is T Nagar. T Nagar is also known as the peak point of buying things. It is a place of consumerism. You see that like many issues, like multinational companies, you can see always like every day you can see something like 20,000, 30,000 people. All of a sudden, youngsters, college students, and various masses are shifting from here to here. Why? How will you address this issue? We, the educational people, need to address this issue. All of a sudden, the people, those who are consumed in Ragarajan Street, are shifting their place to here. Is it not what Marx told? When idea becomes physical forces, when it crippled by common masses. தமிழ்ல நல்லா சொல்லுவாங்க உட்கார்ந்து கருத்து மக்களை பற்றும் பொழுது அது பௌதீக சக்தியாக மாறுகிறது. Ideas become physical force when it crippled by common masses. We have seen that cripple yesterday. Coming back to the point that irrespective of all religion or participating in this, I told you that this was a research topic. When Periyar was there, Islam people are behind Nathigam. He says that Kadavulai Nambuvan Muttal, still people are following him. See, he says those who are believing God is fool, still people are following him. Why? That thing was there. And even Islam people told like slogan like this, Islam Engal Vali, Tamil Inba Tamil Engal Moli. Slogan was going in protest like this, Islam Engal Vali, Inba Tamil Engal Moli. But today, after the introduction of liberalization policy, communalization was going everywhere. Again, we are trying to see this kind of mass gathering was there. So one thing was there. What actually capitalism is doing, it digs their own graves. Consumerism it introduced, but we catch and we are showing the weapon on him also. So that is the thing. It creates their own graveyards, and we have to understand this base and we have to study this. So many things are there. Say for example, last day they put like Modi government told you should not put any comments against Modi. You should not publish any comments against Modi. But if you go and see in Marina Beach, many comments are thrashing Modi. Modi is simply trolled in Tamil Nadu, I can say. This was going even with vulgar words, yes. But who introduced vulgar words? This consumerism introduced vulgar words. Who introduced? Privatization introduced. So what educational people we have to do? We have many ideas. So we have to go on them and give it to them. They are taking. That's true. When we are educating them, not like we only educated from them. So when we are discussing them about higher education policy, they are simply catching as a physical force and they are taking and they are leading to destroy this parasite democracy. So this is the very practical, fertile ground we are observing for the last 3 days. So the only point I would like to conclude here is that we academia should couple with the common mass. This is the right time, I think. Because the periphery of saving the higher education system does not fall within the surrounding walls of higher education. It goes beyond the universities, beyond the masses, and masses are ready to take. Of course, I will conclude with the things. What would be the happiest moment? Marx will say, protesting movements are nothing but the happiest things. I am seeing this in Tamil Nadu. We are happy because we are protesting. Come and join with us. Let us go and join with them. We have many conflicts are there. 1,000 conflicts are there. Feudalism, caste questions, and Tamil chauvinism. Everything is there. Apart from that, there is a dialectical part is there from the people, common masses. Everything is there. Let us revamp and amplify this, and we will formulate the antithesis to the imperialism, antithesis to the Brahmanism, none other than the new democratic revolutions formed by the working people. When I say the new democratic revolution, everyone for all for everyone. That is new democratic evolution. Antithesis can be formed. Thank you.
Thank you, Yogesh. You've given us much food for thought. and maybe some of us will make a trip and see, experience this for ourselves, and think about what you have said. I'll now request Devangana Kalita, Pinjra Tod activist from Delhi University.
It's always difficult to be the last speaker because everybody is probably waiting for me to get over. I guess I would start with a reflection about how the journey of Pinjra Tod, which stands for Break the Cage, as a movement, I guess is slightly, its context is slightly different from what we have been hearing of the other struggles from before, because it's not something which is kind of reacting to what came after the neoliberal attack, or it's not something which is primarily come from what has happened after Modi came into power. Because the kind of control, the kind of surveillance, the kind of repression that we are talking about has actually been existing and defining women students' lives in universities and hostels for decades and for generations. So in some senses, the Pinjra Tod movement, we also see it in continuity of a much longer and larger struggle against patriarchal and caste structures in the university, in the society. I guess for us, what has been important, and which is a question which we are still reflecting on, is the moment at which it has emerged in the form that it has emerged. Because even for us who have been part right from the beginning, the response that we have got has been quite phenomenal and unexpected for us as well. So in that sense, the movement emerging in this kind of a moment of a fascist assault, of a Hindutva assault, and the questions it is taking up. So I guess one of the things which I want to talk about is how, as which many speakers in the various panels has reiterated, is that how the number of women in universities has increased massively. In fact, in some courses, women are outnumbering men. But the question which we as Pinjra Tod are trying to raise is that, yes, we are present in huge numbers, but what is the terms of this presence? What is the terms of this participation? The terms of this participation are still highly gendered, are still highly patriarchal, are still highly casteist, reproducing Brahminical structures, reproducing structures of family and patriarchy for women students within the university. So, in that sense, what we are saying is that, the women student, when she participates in the university, she is still supposed to adhere to what are the dictates of a Brahminical society in terms of who is a good woman. Where the university can be a space which is a space of transition from the father to the husband, where there is no going out of line in between. And how are these things actually kind of manifested? So say for instance, if we talk about a women student's experience in the university, there are a whole set of absurd rules and regulations. That UGC gadget, which earlier speakers were talking about, wasn't really as surprising for us because those barbed wires, those regulations, those locks and those gates actually have existed for women living in hostels for generations now. So in that sense, we were like, acha pura university ko wo log girls hostel banana chahte hai. Abhi pehle it was only one zone. So say for instance, for a women, like in class you will be talking about women's liberation, women's empowerment, learning feminist theory, especially in feminist institutions in Delhi University, be it Miranda or LSR. But what happens after your class hours are over? It is you go back to your hostel where there's curfew timings as early as 5:30 to 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, depending on how old you are, you get a few more hours. Which means that you're also not able to access university resources equally. Your library may be open till 12 in the night, your library may be open 24/7, but you will get locked up in your hostel, in your private accommodations by 7:30 at best. There are CCTV cameras which women students have talked about in their corridors, which means that your very intimate spaces have CCTV cameras in them. There is all kinds of moral policing. The CCTV camera outside your hostel gate is not actually for security reasons, but for the warden to surveil which girlfriend or boyfriend you are hanging out with outside in the hostel back gate. There is the kind of, how we have been talking about shrinking of democratic spaces. There's no student union. There has been banned on political kind of activity. You go to any women's hostel in Delhi University, to put up a poster, you have to take like major permissions. There can be posters of beauty parlors in your hostel, bathrooms, but you put up a political poster there, it gets torn away immediately. So in that sense, even these small things have been struggles for us in terms of waking up at wee hours of the morning to put up posters on campus, because you know if you get seen, you will get penalized for it. So in that sense, yes, we have talked about how there is this increase of notice raj in JNU or in other colleges. Students are getting arbitrary notices all the time, but we actually do not know how many women students have been made to leave education because the warden called up their parent and said, कि आपकी लड़की आज किसी लड़के, like you know, I saw your girl with a boy outside the hostel gate, and because she raised an issue with the warden, and that's it, parents come back and take you back. So in that kind of a sense, how there's this collusion between patriarchal family, between the university, which is actually colluding with the family to continue reproducing casteist boundaries, to continue reproducing patriarchal kind of structures and regulations for women students, instead of allowing it to be a space of liberation, instead of allowing it to be a space where you can actually explore various opportunities. So, and even in these are the kind of all kinds of these absurd rules and regulations. In fact, even things like, you know, the warden can come and enter your room at any point of time. So, for instance, when the raids happened in Jamia, women hostelers who are part of Pinjata were obviously really angry with it, but they also said, now they will realize what happens to us, you know, when anybody can enter our room at any point, because of also being frustrated about the lack of support from the men's hostel on these issues. And the other thing which we have been trying to raise is also the question of fees and availability of hostels for women students. So for instance, we did a study in Delhi University where we found that women students pay 30,000 rupees more every year than male students for availing hostel accommodation, which anyways is very minuscule. And when we took this up with the administration, they told us that, you know, the men's hostels were built earlier. So at that time, we used to get a lot of UGC, like, you know, whatever, the government used to give a lot of funding. But now the UGC has stopped funding, so all the women's hostels are, that's why, more expensive. And this being like women's hostels where yearly fees is 1,20,000 rupees, IP University, Khalsa, Daulat Ram College. And so what they basically, the proctor told us is that women will have to pay for historical oppression. The fact that women weren't there in the 1950s and it was only a male-dominated space means that now that we are in the university, we should pay for this. And men don't have to do it equally. And also the earlier rules and regulations I've been talking about don't exist for men at all. So yeah, similarly, even like, you know, we have all heard about Rohit Vimula, but in Tamil Nadu itself, there were 3 women students from marginalized backgrounds, Sharanya, Priyanka and Monisha, who had committed suicide because of the high fees which existed in the SBS Yoga Medical College. Similarly, even when we are talking about Delhi, because there are so few women's hostels, and when they are there as well, they are either these kind of patriarchal jails, as well as the fact that the fees are so exorbitant, women also take up private accommodation where there is absolutely no accountability, and often it's much more expensive. So for instance, South Campus, Delhi University, there are you cannot find PGs under 16,000 rupees a month. But so it also means a huge population of women students are availing private accommodation where there are all kinds of harassment and exorbitant fees and money which is going on, which for us also explains why even when we talk about women coming in huge numbers to the university, when you dissect that category of women, it is primarily Savarna women who are coming to the university. The number of SC, ST women students in the most recent data is less than, like, it's very minuscule. I can't remember the data at the moment. So it's also a question of access in terms of, then the other key question which we are trying to raise through our movement is which has also come up again in earlier panels, is the question of sexual harassment and what universities are doing. Universities are locking up women in the question, with the argument of safety, with the argument of saying we are concerned about you. But when it comes to actually putting in legal mechanisms which are built on a principle of empowerment, which are built on a principle which gives women agency, universities have been completely shamelessly flouting all regulations. In terms of setting up committees, as has been pointed out, very few universities actually have committees existing. I mean, there is the recent case in Ambedkar school in Bihar, in Bijapur, where a young women student was raped. There's the Delda Megwal case. There's the case from the Satyajit Ray Film Institute. what happened in Jadavpur University recently as well, where a lot of women came together to speak about online harassment from this one particular guy who was also, I think, the son of a powerful member in the faculty. Or also what is ongoing right now, actually, the sexual assault of a Ladakhi women student in the Jammu Medical College by an HOD, which is a strong movement which is going on at the moment. So there are all these struggles which are again bringing up the question of when it comes to addressing women's issues in the university, how the administration or the university community at large is still, there's still a long way to go. And I guess for us what has also been most is especially on the question of sexual harassment. We talk about powerful faculty who have whose cases are being silent. There's always victim blaming. For us, what has also been most disheartening is the terrible silence which is there often in progressive circles, in our progressive teachers associations, in our progressive student unions, in our student groups on the question of sexual harassment when it is an internal case within these organizations. So these kind of things has opened up what it means for a women student to be in the university, what it means for a women student to be able to actively participate in politics. And I guess the other question which I want to raise is also the question of, yes, we are in a fairly exclusive domain. It's a question which is often thrown to us that, you are such a bunch of privileged women, you have come to the university, aur kitni azadi chahiye tumhe, curfew hat jayega, if the curfew is removed, what will you achieve in the going out at night, that kind of a thing. So yes, so for us, while it is important to acknowledge our privilege, it is important to also keep saying that yes, it has been a struggle for women to arrive at the university, but this struggle is not over. For women students, the university is still a site of struggle, and especially because the category of women is so heterogeneous, and because, as we said, when we look at the kind of who are the women coming into the university, it tells us much about how much this struggle is still left to be fought. So even questions around which were raised, for how for women students the university is a site of learning and consumption and not production, or I think an earlier speaker talked about how you don't see that there are women from these particular, which are our personal observations, particular regions who were coming out and participating in politics, but generally there is an absence, even though you are seeing many women in leadership positions arising. I guess all of these will have to do with the kind of conditions that are existing in the university for a women student to participate. Like for instance, when Occupy UGC was happening, for a long time we had to insist that do your meetings before 8:30 because there are many women students in this struggle who have to go back to their hostels. They cannot keep lying to their warden every day to participate in the planning meetings which are taken here. But obviously that didn't completely happen most of the time. So that's been kind of a short brief of the kind of issues that we are trying to raise as Pinjarathor. And before I end in the last 2 minutes, I think I would also just like to talk a bit about our experience, because Pinjarathor came together in, I think, around September 2015. And really, when we started, we had no idea of where we would be today. And in that sense, it was also a movement which came together from sharing of women's experiences in the university, coming together through that sharing, coming together as a support system for each other, coming together and finding within each other spaces that we were not finding in existing political formations within the university, to create a collective voice, which is a process in the making. We do not have a manifesto to show as yet, or we do not have these things which are there, which you are now going to come as a cadre into this process. It's a movement in the making. It's a thinking process which is still going on, where there is a strong emphasis on collective, on the issues we are talking about, versus building faces and personalities from the movement. And where the collective, and in fact, I think the other thing which has been interesting for us is how anonymity has actually played a very integral role in our movement, because for a lot of women students, coming out and speaking openly was very difficult, especially because of the pressure from the family which existed. That, if the family comes to know, your education can be stopped immediately and you can be taken back. So to have a Facebook page, or to have ways in which women students could participate in the struggle without putting their identity very strongly out there has been very important for us in building the movement to a stage where now women students are able to assert their identity more publicly. So in that sense of spaces where people would constantly tell us, why are you going to that college or that university? It's not possible to do anything inside that hostel, where there are active formations and groups actually happening through a year-and-a-half-long process of building confidence through each other, and now finding that, I guess, support system where we feel like one can come out openly. And just lastly, I guess, the other difference is in terms of this kind of onslaught which has happened on universities and the movement that we're talking about. While Pinjarathur has obviously faced backlash from ABVP, the right-wing groups, or there has also been this kind of incredible support coming from all kinds of quarters in terms of, because right now, I guess it's because of the history and the achievements of the women's movement, of the, that, you know, talking about women's rights has become fashionable or sexy for a lot of kind of groups of people. So we will be getting requests from Elle or from fashion magazines like Vogue and this, that, where they want to profile our stories of asking for freedom, or all kinds of international NGOs constantly hounding you that, you know, give us your report or we'll take your voices here and there, and those kind of, or even even companies which want to build apps for finding non-discriminatory housing. Even they have, so you know, there's this wide, so within that there has been constant, I guess, debate and discussion within the collective in terms of how to retain an independent, autonomous not in that kind of a way as UGC, as the government is trying to make universities, but how to retain an autonomous, radical identity to the collective in a scenario where there, in a kind of liberal landscape where there is a certain kind of legitimacy which talking about women's issues, talking about women's rights has. And in the similar vein, even in terms of approaching the UGC or the Delhi Commission of Women or MHRD, there are complicated negotiations that we have had to make. So I guess, yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, Devangana. We've also had a long and hard struggle for many years in our university to bring about a proper policy on sexual harassment. Post Vishakha, we were able to make an ordinance, and which was gender neutral, which was democratic, had democratic committees, student representation, and some decent grievance redressal. But all of it was thrown out of the window by our previous Vice Chancellor, who, because of the Parliament law. Now we have nominated committees, and you really can't expect much from a committee nominated by the authorities, especially when sexual harassment, as we all understand it, is an act of power. So you don't expect the perpetrators to actually, give you any kind of system which will give you relief. Anyway, I just need to quickly talk about the movement in our university. It wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be fair to my university if I didn't just mention the two high points of our struggle. So I think I might just do it from there, and you tell me when. So in Delhi University, we faced this long and hard battle against all the reforms. We've been a sort of good laboratory. We are 10,000 strong teachers and 1.5 lakh regular students and 4.5 lakh correspondence students, and also performing a decent job in terms of empowering people from, giving access to people from all sections of society, until the fees started, as you just heard, fees started becoming quite prohibitive as compared to JNU, for example, where Rama was telling us about the fees there. Earlier we had our grouses. We would be struggling basically for academic reform. We talk about, why examinations are like this, why are we encouraging road system, why are we doing this, along with all our struggles for decent service conditions. But something happened around 2007-8, which was, I think there was a paradigm change in the sense that for the first time we found that there were no discussions permitted within the university, and decisions were taken outside in matters of examination system, in terms of syllabi, in terms of things that at least we thought that we have the right to discuss these things, if not everything else. And when the semester system was first imposed on us by Fiat, we fought against it. I've talked about that, and we lost that battle at that point of time. And there has been continuous degradation of quality. Satish was talking about how it is our duty to try and ensure quality. I absolutely agree, and I think any teacher, any activist has to, first of all, be very, very committed to, their own work as teacher, and also to ensure quality in whatever we're being able to do in terms of syllabi, in terms of pedagogy. And the semester system, what it is done to a university which is unlike JNU, which is a small university where it is more or less it was, internal assessment is the order of the day. We have a large university, about 80 colleges, and centralized examinations twice a year just killed every kind of chance of any kind of teaching and learning, with no time for our undergraduate students who are just raw from different areas, and some of them coming from also very underprivileged backgrounds. But all of them needing that time to settle into the rigors of the discipline, to develop their concepts. Absolutely no time has been given to them, and without fail, every single subject has been almost decimated, in the sense that nobody has time to think about what they're doing. So whatever we were able to do, we were never happy with that, but whatever we were able to do, suddenly in one fell blow was wiped out. We hold our heads during examinations, looking at the scripts of students who clearly not had time to understand anything. Even very diluted question papers, they're not able to answer. But despite whatever marks they may get, they are all given high marks, and that is not just happening in Delhi University. I discovered that is happening in all parts of the country, whether you go to Himachal Pradesh or Assam. All the teachers are saying the person we gave 0 to is getting an A+. So that is the other ploy, that you're disguising what is happening, the impoverishment, the degradation that is taking place, the decline in quality is being disguised by the upgradation of marks by the administration, and the teachers are more or less considered redundant. Now, while that was happening, suddenly the FIUP came along, which is part of the same agenda. The FIUP, four-year undergraduate program, is very much part of the CBCS agenda, where initially when it was introduced in Gujarat, there was a four-year system mentioned, and it was said that first we'll start with 3 years. Our Vice-Chancellor was so thrilled with his achievements in our university by keeping almost half our people ad hoc and pushing through any kind of policy and trying to break our union. He thought he can go the whole hog and bring in the four-year program straight away. And he was almost successful. And despite the fact that within the union we were not able to push through decisions even against FIUP very easily, there was a small and determined group that kept resisting, and then we joined hands with about 10 student groups who would otherwise not be talking to each other. We were all meeting under the umbrella of the DUTA, and we launched a movement. First it was through a movement called Save DU, where we were out in the streets all the time, mobilizing people, collecting 12,000 signatures of people in metro stations, elsewhere. And subsequently, when we were able to get some more people on our side within the DUTA, we were able to bring in even the Students' Union, which was headed at that time by the ABVP. I was very clear about one fact, that maybe we have to decide strategically, but the main enemy at that time was the Congress with Kapil Sibal as the minister, and subsequently, so we were trying to fight that government, and at that time we joined hands with anybody who would be willing to fight Dinesh Singh and the government. And so we had strategic alliances among teachers where we had people even from the right wing with us. And even on issues later on against the WTO and so on, we have had meetings in which even the Swadeshi Jagran Manch people have been invited, and they're there and also part of the struggle against the WTO agenda. So we had to keep changing and evolving our strategy accordingly. And we had ABVP, SFI, AISF, everybody sitting under the roof of the DUTA, actually talking to each other without abusing each other and discussing strategies of how to fight this FIUP. We knew that there's an election around the corner, and we were able to use that to push the push our demand, and we had huge demonstrations. We went into from class to class in every college and mobilized, and we did get success on that question. Of course, the BJP government came in and after ending FIUP brought in the CBCS, which is again the same thing, so the struggle has been continuing. Recently, they brought out the same Gazette notification that we are talking about of 5th May, in which they suddenly increased the workload of teachers and the students, and thereby endangering at least half our posts, because the posts are decided as per the so-called workload. And we would have lost about 5,000 posts in our university, and the student-teacher ratio, which was already suffering, I mean, that has been one of the big issues about concerning quality, that you have to have enough teachers for, you know, the number of students you have. That would have been taken a beating, and about 5,000 would have lost their jobs. We managed to launch a major struggle against that with an evaluation boycott, with, for the first time in so many years, 6,000 or 7,000 teachers coming out, and because ad hoc teachers are part of our union. On the streets every second day, we have evolved creative ways of protesting. And not only were we able to push this government back on that, they changed the workload back to what it was, but unexpected gains were when the judiciary took notice of this whole movement and this issue, even though the issue was not before them. Sometime in December, a judgment was given, an order was passed by a judge in the High Court saying that why are 5,000 posts vacant? All of them have to be filled up by July 2017. And that has been a great shot in the arm for us, and a slap in the face of the government whose policies are to privatize, to reduce the number of teachers, bring in MOOCs, and so on and so forth. So with just these two examples, I'll end the story here. I know everybody's really tired. And we just have now two invited student respondents, Anjali and Vishnu Priya. Would they like to come and ask their questions? We start with them. Are they here? Oh, I see. Okay, so just make it very short. One question.
Vishnu Priya from Pondicherry University. In fact, this is not a question. In fact, it was a good wide we could get from this session as a student, and this would be inspiration to be in, to continue our struggle in all the institutions, higher education institutions, as well as state universities as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, Professor Nandita Narayan and panel. I'd like to now invite Subha Sainathan to please come and present the mementos. I'm supposed to give the closing remarks, but unfortunately we do not have enough time, and I have a number of announcements to make. So I'll begin with the announcements. As the first thing is, we have a cultural program which Kalpana will be letting us know where it is exactly, but unfortunately they've been waiting since 5:30, so we really have to rush. Second is the accommodation related thing. There are a number of people we had mentioned earlier. There'll be a bus being arranged for people, or we'll have arrangement made for people who have to go to Don Bosco first, pick up the luggage, and then go to Raindrops. There are a number of people who haven't claimed their local travel reimbursement. The names I'm reading out, maybe there'll be more. One is Sara Hilali, Akshita, Afifa, Medha, Anjali Ganga, Lakshmi Priya, Vishnu Priya, and Namrata. Maybe there'll be more. Please do get in touch with Lalita or Ravinder for your local travel reimbursement. Finally, the most important thing actually, the vote of thanks. What I'd like to begin with is thanking the SBI Officers Association for having hosted this program today, without which it would not have been possible. And I'd also like to extend our extremely grateful to SBI Officers Educational Trust for having sponsored this entire program. and the excellent food we had, everybody who has been helping throughout the day. Then we also have a number of student volunteers. I've been told that there are actually a number of student volunteer committees that have been formed, beginning from transport to accommodation, who are also helping not just for the pre-conference colloquium, but also the entire conference. Some of whom you have already interacted with, and some of whom we really don't know because they're working behind. Second is, then we'd also like to invite, of course, all the speakers. For me, it has been an extremely enriching experience, and I have learned a lot. I'm sure that it has been so for many of us. Finally, I would like to specially mention some of the invited respondents. These are Anjali Ganga, Lakshmi Priya, Shashwati Majumdar, Subha Sainathan, and Vishnu Priya. And also we have two very important tasks that has been given to two very young scholars. These are our rapporteurs. This is Afreen Faridi and Namrata Chaudhary. Finally, I think, I have covered most of the announcements. I hope you have seen. Dinner and cultural program will be, please, will be announced by Kalpana. As a As a fitting finale for our day of intense and rich deliberations, SBOA and Thomas Franco have organized a wonderful cultural program for us. It involves a performance of Tamil Nadu's traditional folk art, Parayattam, which has historically been performed by the most socially and economically marginalized communities of Tamil Nadu. But now many progressive theatre groups and performance groups have taken over this performance as a way of signaling a form of progressive social change in society, often involving young women performers as well. So today we have Mr. Kaliswaran of the Alternate Media Center of Loyola College, organizing a Parayattam performance as well as other folk arts as well for us. I request all of you to kindly participate in that, and I hope you enjoy it. The performance will be held right outside this building. As soon as you step out, you will find there's a big playground outside, and there's an open air auditorium which is where the performance will take place. We invite you once again and thank you so very much, and our thanks to Franco and to the SBOA.